Happy Thanksgiving, partner. Over. Same to you. Let's make this shift special. Over.
All right. Don't you just love AI generated stuff? Well, hey, folks, welcome to Friday. Welcome to the late shift, the pre-Thanksgiving episode. So thank you all for being here. Hey, I just saw we had Frank and crew join. Thank you, Frank. It's good to see everybody out there. I know it sounds corny, but hey, I am thankful you are all here. Believe me, or else Trina would be looking at me like, who are you talking to? You're just talking to yourself. I do that anyhow, but regardless, I am thankful you're all here. Thank you for being here early. It's always great to have people a few minutes early and get the chat going, get people revved up, ready to go. Yeah, thank you to everyone in green as well. These are our esteemed channel members. So thanks, guys. I appreciate the support. I appreciate all the support. The views, the likes, the comments, it all helps, and it is much appreciated. So thank you all for that. Okay, let's see. Tonight, we're going to talk about this guy. We're going to talk about the BTECH UV Pro. And is this your satellite solution for your holiday travel, wink, wink, /roves? You know, we all have to do a little bit of family travel. We all have to do a little holiday something. And boy, it's nice if we can work a little radio in on it. And that's more likely if it's a small, crisp, neat solution that doesn't get in the way of everything else. And, you know, I have not played around a lot with the satellite capabilities of this radio. So we're going to do that together tonight. And, you know, I've played around with it a little bit. It seems pretty cool. I'm excited to get more familiar with it. There's some really frustrating stuff, and I'm hoping maybe you guys know something about this radio. Maybe you know more about it than I do, and you guys are going to teach me tonight. There were some things I just couldn't figure out, but we'll see if we can figure them out here together. All right, let's see. So that's our topic, and of course, once we get through our topic, you know, we'll see where the RF takes us, right? We'll just, we seem to be pretty good at coming up with stuff to chat about for at least a little while. Oh boy, let's see. Oh, we're getting some more folks out here. Colin, good day. Welcome. I have a horrible accent in any language, so I apologize, but good to see you out there. Frank, thanks for bringing your crew over. It's good to see you out there. Ted, nice to see you as well. I think I said hello to everyone else, either in the chat before we kicked off or right as we were kicking off. So thanks everybody for joining, and let's jump into this. Let's see. Oh, before we do jump in, I have to do my my housekeeping, my couple of items here. Have to mention the community list, right? This is how I stay in touch outside of YouTube. Outside of Instagram, those are really and X, I guess, YouTube, X, and Instagram. I don't do the Facebook thing. But, you know, if you're on the community list, I'll send an occasional email to you guys. Speaking of a great example of what not to do in terms of too many emails, Bill, I'm guessing you're on this list. Maybe some others are as well. I don't know about you, Bill, but I've got 4 flex emails in the last 2 days. And if I look back a little bit further, it's probably like 7 in the last 5 days. So, oh, Tim says he's going to have an update to the spreadsheet after Stranger Things Day. Okay, that sounds cool. And let's see. Frank sent me a link here about a mesh map. Okay. Awesome. We'll probably dive into that in kind of the second phase of the program here. So don't let me forget. Well, let me get my note card out so I can try to remember. All right, I'm guessing, well, I'll find out. It's probably in Discord, I'm guessing, Frank. So we got Frank's message. Okay, I'll try not to forget that. You can always remind me as well. But you'll have to tell me, Bill. I've been getting just an unusual number of emails from Flex. And it's all there, everybody is all Black Friday frenzied, right? And so I'm trying to limit the things that I share. I'm trying to share, and just to tell you guys the method to my madness, I'll try to share things that I think, that you guys as a community might enjoy, that might make sense based on all the stuff that we do, all the things that we talk about. The only thing I've shared to this point was in a YouTube post where I shared an extra 10% off of some Kindle stuff, right? I think everybody knows around Black Friday, Amazon always does deep discounts on the Kindle, but they also have a stackable extra 10%. I thought that was pretty good. And I'm a fan of the Kindle devices. I think those are pretty good devices. So that's the only thing I've shared so far. So I try not to go overboard, because I know everybody is in that mode at this time of year. All right. So I'm not going to hit you too hard on the community list. I'll send something out every now and again. But the big thing is you've got to be part of the community to be part of our giveaways here on the channel. And we've got one coming up. It's the 5,000 subscriber giveaway. And we're getting there. We're at just almost 4,400 right now. So you still have a little time to get signed up if you are not yet signed up. If you are signed up, you don't need to sign up again. I will go through and clear out dupes and that type of thing, incomplete emails, dupes, all that kind of stuff. But certainly, thank you, Bill. Thanks for sharing that out there. Certainly get signed up if you are not. If you're not sure, go ahead and sign up. I'll clean you up. Don't you worry about that. But in addition to that, I've also got my link tree. That's the Bitsy. Here, I guess I always forget I got these. Let me put this out there. There's the Bitsy/DR. And we can look at that here. I always forget what I put out there from time to time. So let's take a look at it. I don't think I've added too much lately. But let's take a look here. You can also get to the community list here. Oh, well, you got some merch. So, we're getting close to the holidays, and I know everybody wants t-shirts and stuff for the holidays, right? The t-shirts I'm finding are taking, I'd say, probably 7 to 10 days, if I were to guess. Based on, and these are all, they're print on order. So these, I don't have a whole box of t-shirts here that I send out. Whenever when an order comes in, it goes and gets printed at that point and gets sent. So it's taken somewhere around 7 to 10 days. And then, the bumper stickers, Bill helped me out. He got some bumper stickers here last week, and it took, it took a little bit over a week, and I send those out currently through United States Postal System, first class mail. So, I don't know if it's slow Fort Worth mail, slow in the middle, or slow where Bill's at, but it's certainly not the same post office we all grew up with. So just something to keep in mind. You also have some affiliate links out here, some other discount codes if you're doing some holiday shopping, shopping for your ham buddies, shopping for yourself. Fairly new is a 10% off disc code for Rack Wireless from the Rack website. So you can find some things out there. I need to do some work here, I think, and do some updates. You will find my Amazon store here. And one of the things that we've been keeping tabs on is the TinyGS project, the Tiny Ground Station project. It's a fun little project. I've got a store out there for that. We'll be talking about that a little bit, giving you guys some updates on that. And the other thing here that EOD had mentioned, he has taken the time to put together these frequency guides. You've got one in a JPEG format, one in a spreadsheet format, and these have all the FM birds, the current FM birds on them. So go check those out, right? They're free to download. I think it does, the system I'm using here does ask you for your email address, and that puts you on the community list. So that's kind of a double benefit there, but grab those. And yeah, I think you've got some updating to do. Certainly, Tim, we'll talk about that a little bit too. All right. Let me get my chat back up here. 45 was trying to get a free meal, trying to get some barbecue. That's not a bad idea, especially, Tank loves to brag about his barbecuing prowess. I think that makes a lot of sense, 45. We should work on that. Yeah, post office has gone downhill for sure. All right. Well, let's go ahead and let's get into this and that. And I'm going to do it. We're going to do it in the browser fashion here. So one of the satellites that is currently active, and that is Hades R or SO-124, only has a few weeks left before it deorbits. So I don't know if you guys have made any SO-124 contacts yet. It is, it's a bird that doesn't seem to be as busy as some of the others. It's also a bird that has a little bit of an extra challenge to it. In addition to the voice coming over the frequencies that they have listed here, right? The downlink frequency. You'll also hear telemetry coming over that same frequency. So you have to kind of time your exchange around that telemetry. But something to keep in mind, if you don't have SO-124 in your logbook yet, what are you waiting for? You only got a few weeks left. I don't know that they've got, I haven't seen an actual date, right? So this was published on the 19th, a few weeks. I don't know. Is that 3 weeks? Maybe they would have said a month. You have a month left if it was 4 weeks. I don't know. But with the holidays, time can really fly by here. So I suggest if you want to get that in your logbook, you want to get a contact on SO-124, get after it. Yep. SO-124, not long for us. But, hey, we've got one that's going away. We've got a new one that's approaching. We got a new one to add to the list. So this here, RS-83. Now, I went out and looked. It's not out in the database yet. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for that to try to get more information about this. And maybe we'll try to hit up this link a little bit later. Let's do some RS-83 research when we're done with our topic tonight and see what we can learn about that bird. But we see here it's going to be supposedly launched. Now, I don't know if this means it's going to be launched, deployed or launched, right? That can mean two different things. But they said the end of December that it'll be in orbit. So, I mean, that's not far away at all. 145.910 for the downlink. And we're going to have to adjust Doppler on the uplink at 135.5. 500 milliwatt CubeSat. 16U. So that's a big boy. I mean, that's pretty chunky. Look at that thing. 26 kilograms. Nice. So that's something to look forward to. So Tim, you got a little bit of work to do for your spreadsheet. We'll see if we can't find the extra detail that goes along with that. I don't know if there's a tone to get into that or what. We'll have to see what we can learn. Howdy, Dennis. Welcome. Good to have you in the house. Capdom, welcome. YouTube is now putting ads on live chats. Yep, that is the rumor. We heard that a little bit last week. I'm hoping that we're not seeing a bunch of them. I may have to dig around a little bit and see how I tune that. But yeah, so that's some good news, right? We're losing one, but we're going to gain a fresh one. All right, so moving up next. I saw this in X. Somebody else, right? A lot of people are interested in TinyGS, and since, we've been talking about that quite a bit, I thought this would be fun. So here's somebody that's got a QFH antenna, and let me see. I think here's the better picture of it. But before we go too far, I guess I can always go backwards. Let me just write this down. SVOSYH and OK1CDJ. So what is this here? Is that the Czech Republic? I think the first one is that flag, I think, is a Czech Republic flag. And then this is probably Greece, right? That looks like the Greece flag. So we'll check those call signs, and we'll see if we can find their station in TinyGS if they're using their call sign. But here's a better shot of that antenna. That is pretty doggone cool. So it looks like they've printed the frame, and then this looks like copper foil, or I don't know what this copper is, or, how that's getting wrapped around that frame. But the frame looks to have, it's got support for the entire radiating element, and, it's like a thin copper sheet. It looks like, let me zoom in a little bit. Do I see a little solder here? Yeah, it looks like they got a little solder there. So I don't know exactly what that is, but it looks pretty doggone cool. I'm curious to see what kind of performance they're getting out of that. These are supposed to be great antennas for weather stations. It's supposed to be a great stationary satellite antenna as well. But yeah, so we'll try to check some of that out here as we go too. Let's see where, I want to make sure I don't lose you folks. There you are. Hey, Todd, welcome. Nice to have you out there in the stream. How can I get the scoop on the TinyGS? Yeah, so we'll talk about it a little bit here, Todd. What I'll recommend is to go back a couple of live streams, and we talk about it a lot. There's also, we'll look at a couple of websites that'll help get you started. And then I can also point you toward a Amazon store that'll have a list of items, and you can use that list to first scavenge your parts bin, see if you've got some of those items, right? No sense in buying them twice. But if you don't, that list will help you get started. But yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit. We're working toward a December 1st launch deployment, really. It's already been launched. So Cornell University has a satellite that is a pretty unique satellite. It's got a pretty cool experiment on it, and it's got to tie in with TinyGS. So that's why, I'm so excited about it right now, and that's why I've been talking about it. I've been tuning my station, and I'll share with you the progress that I've made over the last week, but I've been tuning my station to try to put myself in the best position to be able to capture packets on what we're calling a chipsat. So think about a CubeSat being 4-inch square. A chipsat is just little itty bitty, and it's only got a 100 milliwatt transmitter. So yeah, TinyGS picks up hundreds, and we'll look at that a little bit here. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, speaking of, so I have moved my TinyGS ground station, my tiny ground station, down to the barn. So I put it up on the barn, and I moved it there a couple of days ago. I think just 2 days ago. So I'm excited to show you guys the changes that I've made. RAF ended up being the best option. Receiver, amplifier, filter. Yes, indeed. That was definitely the winner, and I'll show you guys what that looks like. Andy, welcome. John, welcome. Good to have you both in the stream. Thanks for joining. All right, let's see. We got some news. We got some updates on what happened with the SSTV event that was supposed to kick off here last week. So they had some radio issues. All right, so if we take a look here, they were using the Kenwin D710 that was in the Russian module, or the Russian segment of the service module, and they had to swap that sucker out. So they've got the new radio in place. Looks like that they're ready to start using that for various activities, and they've got some work to do to figure out what actually happened to the original, or the D710 that was actually out there and running. But the good news is they've got that radio swapped out, and it looks like they still have a little bit of work here to figure out if APRS and SSTV are working on that radio. So not a complete success yet, but we're making progress. So that's good. So we'll keep our eye on that. And it's nice that APRS keeps providing us updates about that, right? Everybody's interested. But our buddy Randy, he says, I don't need no stinking SSTV. I'll go find some other SSTV. I thought this was great. So he found a satellite Arctic Sat that is broadcasting some SSTV, and he's been capturing some of the images there, and they got something going on with, I guess those are either octopus or squid, or I'm guessing octopus, but Randy's going to get his SSTV fixed one way or the other. So that's good to see. All right. And then I wanted to share, I know a lot of you folks watch Ham Nation, and you likely know who Amanda Alden is. She's doing some POTA over the weekend, and I thought this was a great post. And it could be quick to overlook what's going on here. So I thought I'd look at each of these pictures alone. And right, she's going to be out there, Pike National Forest. It looks like she's out there for the biggest part of the weekend. She's at 10,000 feet. But look at this. They brought a Yagi to their POTA activation on a trailer, and they've got a little portable tower there. So, I mean, and that's the way you go POTA right there. So well done, Amanda. Check that out. Right. And when you've got this, when you're at 10,000 feet, you're going up another 30, 40 feet, and you've got that big old, what is that, like a Mosley, a mini Mosley, something like that. When you've got all that working for you, you can run QRP. See, she's got the 705 over here in the corner. So she's kind of running QRP, but she's got a lot of gain out of that antenna, and she's got a lot of benefit from her location. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. Bill says he got Amanda in the logbook today. Nice. Well done. Let's see. John, what's John got going on? Hey, converted the Evolve 3 to Linux Mint. Congratulations. John, go back and look at the stream that I did on SSTV. That's exactly what I did it with. Linux Mint. Is that right? Yeah, I used Linux Mint, and I walked through that. So hopefully you can get everything you need out of that old stream. If not, let me know. Yeah, she is not messing around, Dennis. You are right. I also thought it was cool that she shared a picture of her puppers there. It's always good to see the puppers out there. And, you know, these look like legit service dogs, right? She's got the service dog vest on them. Do not pet. So I thought I'd share some of my dog misadventures this week. Poor old Willie. Willie got into a little scuffle, and he got himself opened up pretty good there. So I've had him to the vet twice, just trying to get poor Willie squared away, but he's a trooper. He's hanging in there. But boy, if you've got dogs out around, you know, you got dogs on a ranch, they're out into anything and everything. And I can't tell you how many times we've been to the vet. We're really fortunate that we've got a vet that's like 2 miles from the house. So, but yeah, we'll get old Willie patched up there. Did you guys see this? Big news here. This is from the ICOM Japan Twitter or X account, right? We are currently preparing to ship the IC 7300 Mark II. It'll reach your hands very soon. Look at that. Lucas, welcome. Great to have you here tonight. Thanks for joining. But I thought this was great. This was the first thing I had personally seen about how close we were getting to the 7300 Mark II hitting the stores. So I thought this was great news. So in case you folks hadn't seen that, I wanted to pass that along. All right. I think I can, yeah. Yeah. That is true. That, you know, that's a good point. That's a good point, Eric. For those of you who were at, and you know what? I am just the worst at this. Let me get back to, let's get back here. So Eric makes a really good comment here. And for those of you who were at Hamvention this year, you may recall that they were sharing that the new mobile radio should be ready to ship in Q4. Well, it's Q4 and we're well into Q4, and I've not seen or heard anything about a shipping date for that Kenwood. And you would think if it was imminent, they'd be gearing up for the holiday. So, I just can't believe that thing's going to make it here by the end of the year. At this point, my guess is we're looking at a hamcation or a hamvention announcement. I hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping we see it sooner. I mean, hamcation wouldn't be awful, but, you know, kind of feels like they'd probably wait for the big one in hamvention. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. But your point's a good one. ICOM knows how to announce a radio and get them out there. I appreciate the way they do that, certainly. All right. Let's see here. Well, let me just give you guys, let me give you a sneak peek. We'll jump into this in detail later, but I wanted to give you a sneak peek. And let's do a refresh here. So I had moved, you know, I tried a couple of different configurations on the TinyGS. Started out with just the radio, then just the radio. I'm sorry, I started out with the radio and the amplifier, and that did not do well. It did much better as soon as I added the filter with the amplifier, and I was going amplifier, filter, receiver. And I did okay. But then I swapped the filter and the amplifier, and I did much better. And then I moved it away from the house, and I put it on the barn, and bam, look at that. I mean, I went from, 300 to practically 800, 700, 800, depending on which day. So, this was, I have to try to remember, and make sure I get all these straight. This was 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Those were, I think those were just the amplifier. No, it wasn't. That was the amplifier, I believe, without the filter. Amplifier and the receiver. That's what it was. And then I introduced the filter. And so, I was doing pretty well with filter, amplifier, receiver. And then I swapped the filter and the amplifier, and I started to do even better. And then when I moved it away from the house, right, this was, I had this in the driveway on a bike stand. So two things happened here. I got it away from all the RF at the house. I got it away from the house that would be blocking, at least one of the directions. And then I also put some height on it. So all those things, and look, it just exploded. We'll talk about some more of that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I just wanted to share some of that. Wet your whistle for the later chat. All right, let's see. Oh, welcome, Bill. Good to have, or Don, good to have you out there. Don's waiting on his filter. You know what, Don? I don't think you were here last week. We pulled up your station, and I saw that things just really bottomed out for you. And, the only thing that made sense to me is that you were tinkering. You were trying some stuff. You were trying some different configurations there. Oh, let's see. Ham Man's going filterless. The LNA helps me a lot. Need to raise the antenna up on the tower. Yeah, you know what? I think the height does help. Certainly, I've got very little in my barn, but I've got power and I do have Wi-Fi in the barn. So, It's not like there's nothing down there, but it's certainly not the same thing as being next to the house. Don got the LNA last week. Good. EOD. Yeah, I mean, put it up there, EOD, and then, you know, once you get your filter, you can see you can see the improvement. All right. So what I want to talk about, maybe I ought to switch cameras here. It's probably, we'll try that. Here, let's see here. Trying to get this baby zoomed in a little bit. So I've got this BTECH here, and I took this to Colorado with me. I really liked it. You know, I was beaconing APRS with it. That worked pretty well. Good little radio for like $170. It's really well made. I don't know if you guys have these yet, if you guys have played with them. I mean, for $170, I feel like it's a lot of radio. It's, you know, you get a couple of different color options now. You don't have a ton of color options, but I really like the case. I like, it feels like it's sturdy. Doesn't feel cheap at all. It feels like a rugged radio. Of course, it's got the Type-C on the battery charge. You know, I'm thinking we're going to see more and more of this. Do I still have those? I've got a couple of those. Right, this is, at least, I think this is going to be the Baofeng way. Right, there's the Mini. If you guys are familiar with the Mini. And, you know, the Mini feels very similar in terms of build quality, right? It just, they feel good. Dennis, you've had good luck with yours. I'm glad to hear that. But, you know, I gotta hand it to Baofeng. I mean, these radios are coming along quite nicely. But, you know, these guys keep improving the firmware on these, and they also keep improving the app, the Android and the iOS app that go along with these things. And one of the capabilities that they have is a dedicated satellite mode. So I thought it'd be fun to look at that. I have not put a lot of time into this radio beyond using it, like I said, in that Colorado trip. I also took it to Huntsville. It's got some interesting configurations for APRS. We won't worry about those tonight. Maybe we can talk about them later if that's important. That is a Vero. Yep. Same, you know. You know, the thing that's interesting, Dawn, you know, we say it's a Vero. Maybe, you know, who knows who did the original design or whatnot, but this radio is very similar to this radio in terms of its build, the approach. I mean, this looks like a mini UV Pro is what it looks like. Looks like that, not necessarily a mini UV5R. I mean, I know it is. I know the software is different and everything, but in terms of the actual build and stuff, I'd say these are closer than this is to the old UV5R. Works great for WinLink Wednesday. Hey, Lee, welcome. Thanks for being here. Sean, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. But, yeah, so we're going to look at some software, or we're going to look at the app. We're going to look at the radio. And really what I want to talk about is, you know, I've got some travel coming up over the holidays, and boy, I'd like to take a very portable satellite station with me because I enjoy roving. I enjoy working other grids and, hearing people that I don't normally hear here in Texas. But, radio is the secondary on these holiday travels. It's not the primary. So, whatever I take in terms of gear has to be small, has to fit into, whatever space is left over. And it also has to be something that I can quickly use, right? Because a lot of times that window that you have is very short, right? Unless you want to get the evil eye for playing too much radio during the holidays. A lot of times your window is really short, and so you don't have a lot of time to mess around, right? You got to get your stuff out, get ready to go, work your pass, right? Work your 10-minute pass. That's the good thing about satellites is if you can be ready to rock, you're only stealing 10 minutes of time for a satellite pass. But, you want that effort before the pass and after the pass to be as little as possible. Huntsville in the house. All right. Yeah, I just mentioned Huntsville. It's good to have you in the chat. KN4 Ray, R-A-Y. Welcome. So that's one of the things I want to talk about is, is this a great radio for that holiday travel? And I don't know, maybe this is a combo, right? This is not a full duplex radio. And, you don't have to be full duplex to work satellites, but it sure is easier. It sure is, I think it's easy to argue it's better. But, if you could get away with 2 radios like this, I think that's pretty small package, right? And then you have to have an antenna. And we can talk about that a little bit as well. All right, so let me see here. What else do I have in my notes? Well, I think maybe let's just jump into, hopefully this is going to show well. Hopefully it's going to show well. Let's see. It doesn't look too bad. I think that'll work. Let me make sure I'm getting... That's not so bad. Let's see how this guy looks. I'm just curious. Yeah, I think that'll be workable. We can work with that. I'll turn that one off. All right. So this is a dual watch radio. You've got, an A and a B channel, and you can set it up to listen to 1, or you can have it listen to 2, right? That's pretty common stuff. Nothing earth-shattering there. But let me switch over. Let me see how I'm going to be able to do this here. Let me show you. Well, let's look at the software first a little bit. Yeah, that's the prison version, Chris. Trina saw these. I got one of these in orange and gray in a 2-pack. And she saw these and she said, that looks like a good radio for the console of my car. Well, I wasn't going to give up the 2 that I already had, so I had to go buy a couple of more. So I bought a pair of these, and you can get a pair of them for like $40. So they're like $20 radios. All right. Let me see here. we're going to be swapping around back and forth a little bit. Okay. So this is the software. You guys have to let me know. Hopefully you guys can see this well enough. Let's see. I've got a little bit of ability to do a little bit of, that might be in too close. This might be a good view. I don't think I can really move it around is the problem. But we'll play with these 3 different views. Hopefully this is kind of the worst case scenario. Hopefully, right, it gives you the full view of the radio. Let me know if that's too small though, guys. I'll try to figure something else out. But essentially, when you, here, well, let's do this first. I'm going to turn, like I said, I'll have to swap back and forth between these. I'm going to turn this guy off. Okay. And now if I switch back over here, okay, this guy's now disconnected. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll turn the radio back on. Right, so I get the radio turned on. And then I've got to tell the app that I want to connect. So I can just click on that box right there and it'll connect. And then what it does is it pulls in whatever is on the VFO. So right now I had 14652 on the radio, right? If I happen to switch this over to dual watch, oh, let's see here. Okay, I switch that over to dual watch. And then this automatically goes into dual watch mode. And then the one that's in red is the active channel. Okay. So it's pretty responsive. Here, I'm going to take this out of dual watch mode so you can see. I'll let you know when I hit the button. Radio settings, dual watch off. I mean, it's like instant. So real responsive, right? There's a Bluetooth connection between the radio and the phone for communication. Let's see. Shrink the screen down a little bit, and I think I'll be good. Shrink the screen. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Let's see. Maybe I can go to this view. Yeah, you might lose the very top there. We'll move things around a little bit, though. Okay. But, you know, if you open the menu up, you've got some controls. You can see we've got, well, maybe you can't see, boy. Will it let me? I don't think it will. Let me, I don't want to jack it up. That'll be the problem. I'll screw something up. But here we've got the power mode, or we've got the power, right? Low, medium, or high. We can go single channel, dual channel. We can make those changes right here in the app. We can see what our, we can see what we've got for memory channels programmed into it. Okay. And this is, I flashed this before we started just to kind of start with a fresh radio. Scene, Rob, not, you're focused on, gotcha. Okay. I think we'll be all right here. But let's see here. So you've got, you know, you've got a way to control the device here. Now, one thing I will tell you, and let me see if I can find this. I'm not an expert in this radio. I'm still finding my way around it. But if you go into the device settings here, you can set your squelch level, right? Kind of all your radio settings are here, which is really great. What was I looking for now? I lost my own train of thought. I lost it. Oh, but I come back around, right? If you want to listen to the radio, right? It's got FM radio, you can hit play and then you can tune it, right? So a quick way, it kind of eliminates a lot of the menu frustrations of that radio, right? The app's pretty good. I'm pretty impressed with the app. Let me go ahead and just close this for a second. Now, the other thing that here you can see we've got some satellites showing up on the map here. I don't know if you guys can see that real well. Right, we've got satellites showing up right on the map. If you have this set up for APRS, you'll also see APRS objects show up on this map, which is pretty cool. Right, you got the blue dot, that's me. You are seeing, I think that's the ISS. I think that's the last thing I was looking at. I'm just kind of running around here, see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Right, so that's all kind of built in. That's all map features that's just built into the software. So all that stuff's pretty cool in and of itself. You can change the layers, right? Kind of like your Google Maps, you can change the layers. Oh, I don't think I had recognized that before. We'll see what those do. Well, let's just take a peek. I think that already. Oh, look at that. That threw a bunch of satellites out there. So I think I know how to impact those. We'll see. We'll see a little bit. Let's see. So all that stuff's pretty cool. You can set up some favorites and turn the favorites on and off. And all of these little functions here, all of these functions in this little menu here, these are all impacting the grid or impacting the map, right? Let's see where, yeah, I guess you guys were able to see that. Maybe not, maybe you couldn't see exactly where I was. Here, let's see, maybe I might need to work from this one. Will this guy show you guys what I'm clicking on? Maybe. We'll try this. All right. The other thing that this does is it connects the audio over Bluetooth as well. So this little green button is like hitting the PTT. Okay. So keep that in mind. Now I'm going to go up here to this hamburger menu or this three-dot menu at the top here on the right. And you see I've got some more options. And one of them is the amateur radio satellite option. Okay, so when we jump into that, it gives us a list of satellites. Now here's the ISS. Most people are familiar with that. So let's just take a look at this. If I just click on the name of the satellite, then it shows me the definition, right? We can see, and the default definitions are using satellite names and not necessarily their short designation, right? So now this one's showing both, right? Because unless you're into satellites, you don't know that the ISS is also Zarya. But, I think a good example is that Hades R satellite that we saw, right? That's your SO-124 that we were just talking about. So you might not see, you might not see the satellite name in a format that you will recognize, right? It's going to be the satellite name and not the short designation. Okay. I don't want to do that. I don't want to edit that. I want to get out of this. Are you going to let me out of that? Oh, save changes, discard. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go back and we'll look at the ISS. That's the one most people are familiar with, or most familiar with. It has the frequencies, and these are, kind of the center frequency, if you will, for the receive here, right on 70 centimeters. We know that we will adjust that for Doppler, but the reason all this is kind of important to understand is you can add a satellite. So I don't believe, oh yeah, Tevels are here, but there may be satellites, well, here in a week or so, in a few weeks, right, we're going to have a new satellite. Is it going to be in here? I don't know, but you can define it yourself. Okay. So it's kind of, it's good to use the ISS as an example here. Right here, you can add the tone, whatever's required for transmit. Usually we don't have a receive tone, and how much bandwidth, right? This is going to define how much shift it's going to work with. Okay. Let's see. The other thing that's interesting here is they've got multiple frequencies. They've got the FM frequency here for the transponder. They've got the SSTV frequency, and they've got the APRS frequency. So they've got all of them defined here in the satellite itself. Now, here's the thing that was a little funky for me. And I'm hoping maybe somebody here in chat has played with this and knows this radio. Whenever I first fired this up, the TLE, the two-line elements for the ISS were completely wrong. They were completely wrong. I had a pass that should have been scheduled for like 30 minutes. I was expecting a pass in 30 minutes. It didn't show that I had a pass for 8 hours, something crazy like that. So I was looking around saying, okay, I've got to update the TLEs. But I could not find where in the world you do that. So that's one of the things I want to try to figure out while we're here tonight. Bill, you said you just learned something. What'd you learn? I'll be curious to know. Now, the other thing you can do is you can add, like I went through and I added all these as favorites. Okay. And now these are, I think they're only listing satellites that you could actually use with the BTECH, right? I don't think there's any linear satellites at all here, right? These are all just either going to be APRS or FM, something that you can use. Hey, looky there, BOTAN. You guys know what that is. Oh, let's see what else we've got here. That's one of the, that's, what was that? JSOD 33. Let's see if we've got some of the other Japanese satellites that were just recently launched. Dragonfly, that's one. You guys remember that? So they've got it in here. Interesting, but they don't have any. They've got TLEs for it, but they don't have any defined information. Interesting. Let's look and see. Here's BOTAN. Same thing. We got TLEs, but that's it. Let's see if any of the other ones, see if they catch our eye here. GHS01, that's from 32. TLEs, but nothing more. So that's pretty cool. So they're staying relatively up to date. See if there's anything here else that catches my eye. I was looking to see if CubeSat. Here, let's do a search. Can we search? Hey, looky there, CubeSat. Right, that's the one we talked about last week from Arizona. Cool. Let's see here. I learned about sat names. Oh, okay. Didn't know there were different names for different sat, or for the same sat. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there certainly is. A good place to see that is in the SatNogs database. You can always see them. You can see both names there. All right, let's see. Any other comments out there? It's weird that Zarya is still listed in some places because the radios aren't located in that module. Yeah, I know what you mean, Eric, but every reference to ISS still uses Zarya that I've seen. What's in the menu for receive and transmit? So do you mean here? I mean, we'll just take a look at it, right? That's just where you can go in and add the actual frequency itself, right? They only have AM and FM as modes. Let's get out and see what they did here for APRS. They just have it listed as FM. FM. Yeah. Yeah, so that's right. EOD, you want to use those published frequencies, right? So if you would go to SatNogs DB, or you would go to your ISS detector app, those will list the frequencies that you could use. Okay. But I just, for the life of me, do not know where. So here's what I had to do. Or here's what I had to do is I had to come in here. I went out to AMSAT. I grabbed the current TLEs and I copied and pasted them here. And then as soon as I did that, my passes were back on track. I was good to go. There has got to be a way to update all of these TLEs within this app somewhere. We just got to find it. It's got to be in there. But, the other thing I was mentioning is you can star your favorites. Okay, now I'm gonna unstar ISS because I believe, let's see here. It's still, so this star, if you turn on this star, I thought this might show you all your satellites. Well, let's see here. Oh no, this is what I was thinking, right? We could turn on well, that's all the satellites. I guess that proved that wrong. We can turn on space station. Let's blow this back out. I thought, so those are all satellites. Let me turn that off. I was thinking if I had them starred that I would see them, right? Because I've got Hades showing up out here, but I'm still seeing the track for some of these other satellites. So are these all, yeah, there's Hades R, Saudi Sat. So I think if you star them, then you're going to see them. So we see Saudi Sat is just out here in the Atlantic. So let's go here real quick. And Saudi Sat, let's turn you off. Let's go back here. Yeah, and that disappeared. Okay. So if you star one of these, then it will show up on the map for you. And it's back. Okay. So that's cool. That's cool. Let's see here. So that's that. I'm going to look here. Let's take a minute. So disconnect from the voice. So this is also pretty interesting. I'm hoping I can demonstrate this maybe with a little bit of effort. What's kind of cool is when you connect your phone, remember how I said this acts as a PTT? You start to hear any conversations, any activity that you would normally hear on your radio speaker, you hear on your phone speaker. So that's pretty cool. I see all of the sats up. I don't have any favorited right now. Chris, so you're playing with this. Do you have, I'm curious if you have this turned on. Now here's the other thing that I did right before the stream. If I go to global settings, I think it's under global settings. Yeah, so I'm on the most current version of the Android software. And I'm also on the most current version, I believe, of the firmware. And I believe that's the case because this is where I updated it from. There's no updates available. There's no beta firmware. There's no public beta firmware available. I guess if you were part of a testers group, they might give you the name of a non-public, or if you have an invitation code, I guess that's what it is. But if I just say okay, there's no beta firmware out there. So I'm on the most current radio firmware and the most current app. Okay, so we've got the most current stuff. Okay, Chris, you're on the same versions. All right, cool. If you find a place in there, right? So if I go under amateur radio satellites, there's nothing here other than satellites. I don't see any place. Let me go to the bottom. I'm at the very bottom here. Can't go any further. There's nothing. There's no additional menu items or anything. This plus allows you to add a satellite. This allows you to search the current satellites. And then I can't believe that you would do it on a per satellite basis, right? There's nothing within the TLE option here. Oh, I take that back. What's this? Oh, that's for my phone. I say, where'd that come from? So I don't see any place within the definition to do an update either. So I don't believe there's anything here in the satellite area. Well, let me show you what this does, first of all, before we start doing a deep dive. Let's see here. Uncheck amateur radio satellites and they all go away. So that's this guy up here. Yeah. Right, that's a layer. Yep, that should remove that. Yeah, you got it, Dennis. All right, well, let me show you how this thing works because it's kind of cool. So let's go back here to satellites. And let's see here. This is, so there's a pass going on right now. All right. So what I'm going to do here, and I'm going to have to be at a place where I can quickly go between them. I'm going to come down, or what I'm going to do here is if you go over and you click on this little kind of locator. And for AO91, if I click on that locator, then it goes out and it finds the satellite. Okay. Now, if I come down here, and here you can see the frequencies, you can see information about where the satellite is in the sky. Okay. If I can do show track, right? It'll put the path on the map. Okay. Now let me switch over here to the phone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on track. Okay, I lost it here. AO91. Let me bring it back up on mine. And I'm going to tell it I'm going to track. And you can see it jumped into satellite mode. Let me try to get that. There we go. So it jumped into satellite mode. And you can see it's adjusting for Doppler on both 2 meters and 70 centimeters, which is kind of interesting to watch because, this will, if you've never believed it, this will show you that you don't have to worry about Doppler on 2 meter when you're working satellites. It doesn't move enough to worry about it. But this here is now tracking the satellite for Doppler. Okay. Now if I swing back, let me see if one of these other views is more helpful. Now this is pretty interesting here. It's let's see what's it showing me here. It's interesting because AO91 is inverse of a lot of other satellites. So it's showing me the transmit. Frequency, but it's not showing me the receive frequency. Or I'm sorry, it's showing me the receive frequency. It's not showing me the transmit frequency. Right? Where, this one I don't care as much about because I don't have to worry about it. It's the other one that you'd be more interested in more often. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. In the global settings, you can say voice recordings. That's right. Okay. So it's kind of cool what it's doing. Let me back this back out. Let me find. There's my phone. There we go. Let's see here. Now, if I wanted to, right, if I was actually pointing an antenna at the satellite, or if I was not in a house that had a metal roof and I was within the footprint of this satellite, I would be hearing any activity. Now this is AO91. We're not using AO91 at night, so this is a bad example. But if this were the ISS, now I'm going to go ahead and stop this for a second. And I'm going to go back to our list. I thought we had an ISS pass that was not too far off. Ooh, in 2 minutes. Hold on a second. Let me get that guy back on star. So in 2 minutes, we've got an ISS pass let's see what kind of pass this is. Next pass in 2 minutes. Trying to see if this tells me. I don't see where it tells me what the elevation is, not off the top of my head anyhow. Let me zoom you guys in just a tad. But if we follow the, I'm just following the path of the satellite. I want to see whereabouts it's going to be. Right, so it will definitely be in the footprint. That's probably a pretty decent pass. Probably a pretty decent pass. So let me switch back over here. I'm going to start tracking. There you saw how it jumped into satellite mode. Pull that a little closer so you guys can see what that looks like. Come on, where'd you go? All right, so you see that in this case, the receive frequency is the 70 centimeter. You can see it's already tracking it. Okay, and you can see it's got the tone down here as well to get into it on the transmit. Well, let me check real quick. I'm just checking ISS detector. This is a 55-degree pass according to ISS detector. Right. So I'm gonna, I think it's a pretty low chance. Let me see here. I think it's a low chance that I'm going to, yeah, if it was maybe coming the other direction, I'm going to stand it up anyhow. I've got one window into the shack here. I'm just going to turn up the volume just in case we start to hear anything, because it'll come through on the phone. But we can see here, right, we're tracking it and it named the satellite. We can see the Doppler shift happening, and that's happening on the radio itself. We'll just leave that run here for a bit because I'm curious. It's coming down from the north, so we might get to hear something in the early part. My window is actually north. Well, you know what? All right, I'm going to go set this by the window. How about that? Because we're Bluetooth connected. We'll hear it on the phone. Hold on just a second. All right. So I've got the radio sitting in my round windowsill, my portal window that faces north. So as this satellite approaches, right, here it comes. Here, let me see if I can find the right view. Here comes that satellite. Here I am. We'll see if we can hear anybody making contacts. All right, let's see what we've got in the chat here. Chris is chatting up a storm. He's talking with himself. No one else. Let's see. Wait a minute. In the global settings, you can say, yeah, okay, we already saw that, but you can get to it from the radio side. I want my phone for ISS detector. Yep, yep. I hear you. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I wonder. Well, let's see if we hear anyone. So Dennis is in Wichita and can hear contacts. Good. Okay. Let's see. We got that guy approaching. That'd be great if we could even just hear something, right? I could try to transmit. I've got a next to none expectation that I would actually be able to make a contact on that rubber duck through the window. Let me make sure I've got. Make sure I've got this speaker turned on. Okay, volume, speakers, device speakers set to auto. I'm going to turn it on just so there's no question. Let's turn it up. Let me turn down. Oh, I hear. Okay, so I'm hearing people on the radio. You guys probably can't hear it. But I'm not hearing people. Here, you can see the activity. Oh, wait. I'm fumbling here to see if I can find it real quick. I can hear people making contacts. But I don't know why I'm not hearing it here on the phone. There's probably no chance I'm going to hear anything now. Well, I'm actually still hearing a little bit. So for some reason, device speaker, I don't know. So that must be I've got it wide open, no squelch. That's interesting. So we'll have to figure out what's going on with that. I should hear something right now. Let's see. That is the connection with the radio. Device speaker, auto. I don't want that. So that is passed. I'm just going to move that up to squelch 1 so I don't have to hear it. But that is really interesting. First of all, I'm shocked that I was able to hear some of those contacts. Let me go grab that radio. We'll see what's going on. All right. So let me see here. I'm going to stop tracking that, and let's just see if I can get any sound. So let me turn off the squelch. So that gives me the sound here. See if I go on, doesn't change anything. If I go off, it turns off. And I see the little speaker goes off. So let me go back here, but this is not. Let me come out of here. Oh. Let's try that again. Okay, it's connected. You can see it's got all kinds of static here. That does nothing for me. I'm curious if this is, right, we're receiving, right, because we're receiving noise, but we're receiving. Let's see if, is there anything in here that would, well, I don't want that. Right, these are all the basic settings. Alarm, speaker. Right, now let's see if I'm assuming changing. I'm assuming that I can turn that on. Yep. Okay. Enable Bluetooth mic. Yep. Okay, I don't see anything in there that caught my eye. Let me go back to this. Just show you guys what's on here. There's not a ton. These are the device settings. Oh, right, squelch is off. Changing the volume, but the device speaker is off. So device refers to the radio. Let's check out general real quick. I don't want Vox. Enable Bluetooth mic. That's what this would be, the Bluetooth mic. The phone would be the Bluetooth mic. Headphone mode. I'm assuming that's in the, that actually means a headphone connected to the headphone port on the radio. All right, I just want to get some noise out of this thing. Here, I'm going to turn this thing off. Let's see, is that BTECH radio the one that gets compared to the Kenwood? Yes, it is. This is the one that gets compared because it's got a pretty good implementation of APRS, pretty decent. You know, it's only $170. It does have a TNC. So this is that radio. All right, I'm trying to see what else here might impact the audio. I don't see anything there for the audio. This, this, I don't know if you guys can see when I'm saying that. Let me, do you see that when I'm, yeah, so this little icon here disables the Bluetooth connection. This is the device settings where I just was. This is where you turn on your radio. Changing channel groups. We don't have to worry about that. We see what our battery is. We've got this, right, turned up. It's not turned off. That doesn't do anything there. Let me see if I'm going to turn on the radio. And let's see if I can hear the radio. Oh, that's just a volume. That's interesting. Okay. Boy, is there a quicker way? What are we doing here? There's got to be a better way than doing that. I'm guessing I could probably input. Let me see if I'm able to actually. No, that sets channel. I was trying to put it in the phone or on the radio. Okay, I know that's a local station that I generally can pick up. But again, no sound. I think I found it. Are you kidding me? Is it? Let's see. I go to this. Is it because I have this turned off? Is it the ringtone sound? No, I still can't hear it. Okay, let's turn the radio off. I should hear some static right now, right? I'm still wide open. It's coming out of the device. I'm wondering if I don't have to give it the 3-finger salute, right? If you see here, I mean, I've got, right, there's stuff happening here. You can see it's just not coming through the speaker. All right, I'm going to do a couple of different things here. So first of all, I'm going to start with the phone. I'm just going to turn the phone off. I'm going to disconnect. Let's turn the phone back on. Where's Gray Man when you need him? He would have told me to... Oh, there he is. Gray Man, I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for somebody to say to do a factory reset. Okay, we'll try to connect again. Okay. And still no sound. All right, so I'm going to try something else. Here, let me come back over to the radio. Let me see here. I'm going to do a force stop on my app. We're going to go drastic. We'll do a force stop and see. I'm curious, Chris, if you're playing with yours, are you able to get, can you use a Bluetooth adapter to input this into the stream? Yeah, I'm not sure. We could try that, certainly. Let's see. I'm going to restart. So I've restarted, but I got nothing. What's so funny is I was monkeying around with this a little bit before the stream. I'm just turning all these up just to see if something triggers it. I was monkeying around with this before the stream, and out of nowhere, somebody came out on 5.2 and that, a conversation broke out on 5.2 and it caught me off guard because it was coming through the phone. It wasn't coming through the radio. And I'm like, what's going on here? Disconnect voice connection. So let's disconnect it and reconnect it and see what happens. Make sure I've got my squelch open. Got my squelch open. Well, let's see here. I think we've looked at device settings pretty well. So that's showing off again. That is so bizarre. Let's see if there's anything here. I don't see anything here. Let's see. Bill says, does a suggestion by Dennis help? Where's Dennis? You have to go to audio connection, then click monitor. I have to go to audio connection. Is audio connection in the device settings? No, it's connected to my phone. Let's see. Let me reread that. It's simple. It's always simple when you know. Learn us, Dennis. Learn us. Hey, you have to go to the audio connection, then click monitor. Okay, so where's the audio connection? Where's the audio connection? So it's not in here, right? It's not in there. Back to the, okay. Connection management, it wasn't that. I don't see an audio connection in the device. Okay. I don't see an audio connection here. Okay. Don't see anything that looks like it could be there. Voice connection team. I don't think this has anything to do with it. Nearby people, amateur radio satellites, device settings, global settings is all we have left. I just did that. It comes through. Is your radio audio all the way up or all the way down? Device settings. All right, so if I go in device settings, I've got my volume halfway, right? Halfway. Right, you can see whenever I monkey with it here, volume is halfway. When you are on the screen that shows all of the channels, hit the small down arrow, it will open another menu. Okay, so when I'm on the menu that has all the channels, it's not in there. Okay, here's all the channels. Hit the down arrow. Ooh. Audio connection. Squelch level 10%. Start monitor. Oh, that looks like it might be a wiener. Let's see. Audio connection connected. Okay. But this does not feel like what I was doing before. Hey, tools. Is this where, no. I was hoping that might be where we could download some telemetry, but it does not appear to be the case. So this is definitely not the way it was working for me earlier. Because I wasn't in this audio connection mode. I've never seen that before. Three dots device is the second slider down. Okay. You have the audio down on the radio, but up on the phone. Check the audio box. Yeah, I gotcha. Well, let's see, there's nothing here. Just looking while I was there. Oh. So audio connection, squelch level. Wait, oh wait, that's a squelch level. I don't want that. Let me turn that down. So squelch level is nothing. Start the monitor again. I'm not getting anything, gents. I am not getting anything on this. All right, I've got to be doing something knuckleheaded here. Maybe I need simple mode. Oh, let's see. I don't see anything in there. I mean, we've certainly got this connected. Let's see if there's anything in here. I don't see anything in there that has to do with audio. So squelch level is 0. So this is for Vox. I don't think that's what I want. Is this radio? So it's receiving. So audio disconnected. I don't know, guys. I didn't, that did not appear fruitful. Let's see. Mic comes through your phone just fine. It feels like the first time. Yep. Your device setting is not on that menu. I have 7 options on that 3-dot menu. You only show 4. Try disconnecting the screen share from your phone and see if it works. Well, now that's a good point. That's a good point. Boy, I would feel pretty silly. But I felt silly before. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me try something here real quick. I'm certainly hearing it now with my headphones on. All right, let me try something here then. Not able to change. Boy, oh boy. I was just being a dum-dum. So you guys could hear it all the time. I just couldn't hear it when I had my headphones off. Is that what you're telling me? Or maybe you guys aren't hearing it. So I can hear it in my headphones right here. Whenever I was just being dumb. So got it turned off. I've got it turned on. I can hear it in my speakers. Can you guys hear it? I'm guessing you might not be able to. Oh, actually, you might be able to. Well, let me see. I don't think I had ever tried to play a sound through my phone before. Oh, are you ready for this, guys? Hold on. Are you ready for this? I'm going to see if I can find it here first. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Okay. Hold on. Hold, please. Oh. Well, isn't that interesting? Let me see. Okay. Looks like the stream's having trouble here. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, so it looks like my internet's acting up for one thing. Okay, so here's what's happening, gang. Well, I was just being super knuckleheaded. So, and thank you. Who said that? Tried disconnecting the screen share. Gray man, you get the lollipop. So here's the dealio. So it's actually, I can hear it in my headphones locally. But what I don't seem to have is a way to pump this to you guys. I've got to figure out how to do that. So it's working. It's completely working. Here, let me do this just so you guys. Let me see here. Let's do this. There we go. Now you guys can likely hear it. Right, coming out of the phone. Not that it's, going to be great audio or anything, but it was getting captured by the streaming software. I don't know if they're ready, but I am. So, and this works the way you would expect it to. Here, let me try to get this in focus. Right, you can turn it on and off. Man, oh man, I was being a dum-dum. Sorry about that, gang. So all this stuff is fine. There's no issues with any of this stuff here. It's working exactly the way you would expect it to. And I can change the volume there, whatever. Once I turn it back on, it's working. Dum, 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 dum. Okay. Well, that's working. But let me go ahead and get it reconnected here. I mean, not that we're going to be listening to it. Now that the pass went past, let me get reconnected here. Let me get my phone reconnected. Let's just see if there's another pass. Nothing super soon here. Let's see. I guess we got, I don't know if any of the Tevils are currently on or activated. We don't really have RSPO3. That's one of the Japanese satellites. So we've got something coming up that we might be able to hear in a little while, but 100 internets for his efforts. Exactly. Boy, that was a rough one. Whew. All right. So that mystery is solved. However, we still have the mystery. We still have the mystery of how you download TLE data to this thing. And after that boondoggle, I feel like I'm probably just absolutely missing it. And I've got another bonehead revelation in front of me here, but I'm okay with that. Let's see. I can't do anything there. Let's check here. So under tools, I thought this might have been the shizzle here. What's this picture do? You can send pictures. Okay. MDC monitor. What is an MDC monitor? I don't know what that is. You know what we're going to do? We're going to see if we can figure this out. Yeah, you got it, Bill. You got it. I'll be thrilled here if we can figure this one out. Let me get us switched over to the browser. And let's see if we can't find how to update TLE data on the BTECH UV Pro. Let's see what we can learn here. Well, firmware updates. I don't think that's what we're after. Jason's got a video out here. I wonder if he can tell us how to do it. I don't know that anyone else has looked at how to update the TLE. Okay, to update the TLE data, back up your channels. Why? That's scary. Do a factory reset. Why? Resync. Use the BTECH UV programmer. By the way, folks, the app that we were looking at is called the BTECH UV programmer. That's the name of that app. If you want to go out and find it in your app store. Use the BTECH UV programmer app to resync the radio with updated TLE data. Well, that's nonsensical. That doesn't help us. Of course, yeah, use the app. But how? Regularly check for firmware updates that may include TL. Come on, TLEs change constantly. So this was lousy. What is this? What is this? Bing. This is Bing's lousy help. All right, let's see. Maybe we go to the source. All right, where are you guys at? Let me see. I lost you. Here you are. Chris doesn't see it either. Rob says, so does it only grab the SAT Kepler's when it started or only when first installed? Yeah, that would be, it'd be useless. If there's no way to update the KEPs. So radio mail stuff, not what we're interested in. Let's see what we can learn here. Alfang Tech. Okay, firmware releases, that's fine. We're running 8.12. So they don't even have any info out there for 8.12. Let's see. Scroll down a little bit further. Let's see if they even mention TLEs on the page. No. Let's see. Keplerian. No. To line. No. Okay. Let's see. Too much work. Easier to just change the VFO. Yeah, that's not something I think I could argue at this stage. But hey, I think, it's going to be one of those things, right? Once you figure it out, it's going to be stupid easy. Going to be stupid easy. At least I'm holding on to that. It's going to be stupid easy. So that's just firmware. Let's go to support center. Right? What's a reasonable person do? They go and look for support. User manual. I don't have much faith that a BTECH manual is going to tell us anything, but let's look. TLE to line. Okay, let's see. So this is, right, my guess is this is, well, it says it's revision 3. You guys might not be able to see that. But this is revision 3 of the manual. It does not even appear to, I'm searching for satellites. For satellite, it's not even listed. It's not even, doesn't even come up in the manual. So that looks like a loser. Yeah, so that's what we were looking at there, Rob. That was the UV Pro manual. Now there's, wait, don't tell me you're, yes, I am. I'm going to read that manual. Not that I had to go far. There's nothing in it. There's, satellites are not even addressed in the manual. And, this has had a few firmware updates. So, what did I say this thing was called? This is, let's see if there's support for the software. Maybe the radio is not the right place to look. Maybe support for Radio Help and Knowledge Database. Maybe this will be more up to date. Let's see what they have here for programming software. Chirp. CPS OEM. I wonder, wouldn't that suck? Wouldn't that suck if you had to use the PC software to update the CAPs? OEM programming software. Download the latest. So here's Chirp. I mean, it looks like CPS is what we're talking about here. Let's see, is the Pro listed here? It's not listed there. Handheld CPS software. What's the difference between mobile CPS software and, so there's the GMRS stuff. I don't see anything there. Still bugs me that people say Keps are Keplerian elements when they're talking about TLEs. You can't actually locate a satellite with Keps. It's a simplified model that doesn't have position or time info. Yeah, but I mean, it is funny that, um, some of the, like, I hate to use the word older because we're all older. It's all relative, right? But it seems like the quote older operators refer to them by KEPs, where in my experience, um, newer operators, we'll go with that, use the term TLE. So I think you're right, Eric. Let's see, there's an Android style debug mode. If you go to global settings and keep tapping the version number until it says debug mode 2. Does that give you anything though, Chris? So chirp isn't going to get us there. And I think CPS is just CPS OEM programming software. I don't know what the heck that is. There's no link for it either. Oh, there's link for those. I don't want that. I don't want that. It's GMRS stuff. I don't even see anything here that would be the right thing for this radio. I don't see it. Don't see it. Yeah, you can program it with chirp, but I was just thinking that maybe the only way, well, let's get back to our search. Let's get back to here. Right, because this told us absolutely nothing. Told us nada. You know what? Let's try some other, let's go to Google and let's put the same question in here. We're going to get a different AI response. We'll get a Gemini response. How do you update the TLE data for the BTECH UV Pro? All right, Gemini, what do you got for us? You must use the BTECH UV Programmer mobile app. Yay. Okay, that's what we got. Or tablet. And a computer what? With the radio plugged into this looks like a nonsensical response. We'll keep going though. The radio's firmware must be updated to a version that supports the satellite function. Okay, we're at 8.12. And the TLE SAT file is loaded via the software, not the firmware update itself. Okay, tell us more. Connect the radio, turn on the radio, connect it to your mobile device via Bluetooth. Okay, we're using the BTECH UV Programmer. That's what we're using. For the CPS method, connect your radio to your PC. Okay, we're not doing the CPS method. We're going to use the mobile device. Navigate to TLE update section in the app. Look for satellite. Oh, this looks like a nonsense response. The software should allow you to import the TLE file. Let's see. We're going to dig deeper because it's lying to us. Liar. It may be in the HT app. Hit the 3 dots in the upper right, global settings, amateur radio, and then hit the plus in the upper right. All right. I think well, let's go. Let's go. All right, John. So John says, I think this is just an ad to add a satellite, but let's find out. All right. So hit the 3 dots in the top. We're going to go to global settings, amateur radio satellite. Amateur radio satellite. Hit the plus. This is where we add a new satellite. So I don't think this is what we want. You're talking about the nonsensical ravings of an AI mind. Indeed. All right, so let's go back here. All right, so let's see. Let's be more prescriptive in our question. On Android. Let's also, let's see. Oh, it's behind my camera. Okay. Here, let's try it like this. There we go. The radio firmware is 0.8.12. The app version is, let me find it. .8.12.1 from October 17th, 2025. So that's pretty new. And let's see. What nonsense was it telling me? And there is no TLE update option in the satellite section. The functionality might be tied to an available firmware update, or the feature is hidden in a less obvious. Boy, oh boy, this thing is brilliant. All right. Check for a hidden firmware update. A known quirk with these radios, a quirk, and the associated app is that sometimes the firmware update notification doesn't appear automatically. You need to force a check. In the app, go to the screen with the current firmware version, usually under settings, firmware version or similar. Rapidly tap, this is what Chris was talking about, on the version number or surrounding screen area more than 10 times. This action will force the app to check for and display an available update notification. All right. I love this quirky crap. Let's see if any of this is real or if it's all nonsense. I can tell you what my guess is. All right, so let's see. We're going to do device setting, firmware version. Tap it 10 times. Now, when I tap it once, it's going to go to the other screen. Well, let's see. Yeah, see, I figured it's going to go. So let me just tap 10 times here. Nothing. Okay, I did 2x. Let's see, firmware version. Can I tap fast here? So I saw that it kept checking. I don't know if you guys could see that. You'll see like a little spinner come up here when I'm just beating the crap out of this thing. It might happen too fast that you're not seeing it. Or maybe I've got to back out and come back again. I don't know. That looks like hokum to me. Looks like hokum to me. I'm just banging on those 3 dots. That's nothing. It's nothing. Uh-oh. Tim sent me something. I'm going to, I have no idea what Tim's sending me. I better check here first. All right, let's see. Yeah. So here's what Tim sent me. So that's where you can input an individual TLE, the individual TLE information for a satellite. Right. So if we go back to, let's see here. If we go back to here and we go to the satellite and we pick a satellite, any satellite, right? That's this, where we can replace that. That's kind of like saying I'm going to do an ad, and that's where I could add the TLEs for this individual satellite that I'm trying to add. So I don't think that's what we're after. Let's see. Go to global settings and tap on it there. Different result than this. Okay. So let me go to global settings. And I'm assuming you mean for the version. All right, let me try 10 here. Enter debug level 1. Okay. What's that do for me? Let's see if anything new showed up. Does not appear that anything new showed up here. Anything new under the device? Nothing. I wouldn't think it'd be under device. I would think it would be under global settings. Nothing here. There's all the channels. If you want to set up channels, set up groups, APRS settings, offline maps, amateur radio satellite, takes us to the same place. Nothing new. That's an ad. Nothing new. I don't see anything there. So that's level 1. Who knows what the heck level 1 does? Let's go ahead and hit it 10 more times. Exit debug mode. So you got to debug mode 2, I thought you said, Chris. Go to global set. Okay, updated for each bird would be a pain. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. Wait, stop the presses. How are you getting dark mode? I don't think I am in dark mode. Keep going. Debug level 2 is after that. Okay. Okay. Now I'm in debug level 2. I don't think anything in here looks different. Let's go to the satellite mode. Nothing looks different here. See, I would expect it to be under tools. This is where I would expect to see it, right? I would expect there to be a download TLE here. What's all this Morse code stuff here? So you can start monitoring. Has it got a Morse code decoder? I don't know what MDC monitor is. Audio connection, picture, APRS. And then this just takes us to where we had always been. And there's the plus. That's how we add a satellite. All right. So let me ask a different question here. Let's see. Well, we didn't get clear through this. So let's. Oh, Tim had dark mode. Gotcha. An update is available. We're already past that. After any major firmware, perform a factory reset. I already did that. Then repair the radio and check the satellite section. Yeah, you're guessing. Use the CSV import feature. If direct TLE import isn't working, you may be able to import the satellite frequencies as, it's not the frequencies I'm trying to get to. Contact BTECH support. Somebody else had another N76. All right, let's see. Let's see if we get a different answer here. The HT Programmer mobile app to update the 2-line elements. HT Programmer. Now that's a smartphone with the HT or BTECH. I wonder if it's the same app. Well, now I'm curious. MDC monitor will let radios communicate to each other if you have a set of them paired. Okay, that sounds interesting. Let me just go here real quick. And what they call this? They call this the HT Programmer app. HT Programmer Mobile. All right, what's this thing doing here? Why is this? Let me check here. I'm trying to see why this thing will not. Okay, here we go. HT Programmer. What it was called? HT Programmer Mobile. I'm trying to see if there's a different app for the Vero. Doesn't look like there is, or at least I haven't. What app does the Vero use? Can you change the TLE on that last menu to something else and then change it back? Yeah, I was able to change the TLE. I actually had to change the TLE information to track the ISS because it was so far out of date. It's the same app. Okay. All right. I was trying to follow the AI here, right? They say use this or that. Let's see. Step-by-step update. Obtain TLE data. Download the latest. Which often, okay, connect the radio, open the HT app, pair your phone. In the app, navigate to the main programming or setting menu, usually a gear icon. Oh, this is so generic. Yeah, this is crap. No, which might unlock the TLE. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. These guys don't know. You would think this would be simple. You would think this would be simple. Oh, you just love these guys. I had this guy make a comment here. Share this with you guys real time. This was on my suggestion of using amateur or listening to amateur radio newsline for satellite information. Mr. Diablo, in his infinite wisdom, says, "Don't forget your tinfoil hats." I'll come back to that whenever I have some time to put him through the ringer. All right, let's see. You know, I would guess, or I would, you know, if I hadn't seen those TLEs be so far off, I would just assume that they're updated automatically. Right? Maybe they're updated automatically. But I don't believe that's the case, simply because I had to manually update one. Let's see. Oh, here's an SO125. Let's see. Let me disconnect here again. We'll see if we can. Well, let's see where the path of this thing is. SO125. Let's see where it's at. Okay, it's coming right for me in the north. All right, I'm going to go put my radio in the window again. Here's what I'm looking at. Okay. I am going to go ahead and say, I want to track this bad boy. Let me make sure I can get some. Let's see, how far away is he? He should be coming pretty soon. I'm going to go set this by the window. All right, I got it sitting by the window. Let me go ahead and disconnect this. Disconnect the app. You guys are, I'm going to lose it though. That's all right. Let me switch over to overhead. And let me go ahead and disconnect this. Where do I disconnect that at? Here we go. It's coming right at us. Doesn't sound like there's anybody on it though. Just about practically flying overhead. So I don't think we're going to hear anything at this point. Let me see what other bird we have coming up. See if we've got one that's coming. TinyGS. Now, let me check and make sure. I'm going to check ISS detector here. And yeah, so we do have TinyGS 13 degrees. And we may be able to hear something. I mean, my window's facing north. So let me bring this back up. Still on Hades. I'm going to say start tracking this one. How's TinyGS going to get up here? Still 7 minutes. Is that right? Is that right? 7 minutes? Next pass in 7 minutes. I guess so. Yeah, in 7 minutes. We don't need to listen to that for 7 minutes. We'll be at the ready, though. All right, let's see. Let's see. Where do we go here? Let's see. Okay, wait. Stop pressing. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's old. So you were the first person to wonder about this. I guess it appears that's the case. I guess, I don't know what that says, but maybe I'm the first person to worry about it. If I had not seen with my own eyes how far off ISS was. Now, what's interesting here, right? And maybe so what's interesting, we've got 5 minutes. It's hard for me to do this. Do I have another device? I do, but it's actually the device that we're using overhead. If somebody wants to take a look at their ISS detector, I'm curious. I mean, the ISS stood out like a sore thumb because I had a pass that was coming up in like 30 minutes on ISS detector, but when I came to this BTECH app, it said I didn't have a pass for 8 hours. As soon as I updated the KEPs manually, it was right there. But I'm curious if any of these other satellites are off. And I don't want to switch back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So if somebody has ISS detector handy and you want to take a look at what I've got, what I'm showing here coming up, right? We've got the Tevels. This shows at 11:29. Now, the other thing I saw that was interesting that bugged the heck out of me, it was 2 minutes off. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. So this says SATSAT 1C, 4 minutes. Okay. SO50, 11:32. That's 3 minutes. Those things should be exactly the same, but they're not. And this is pulling my grid from the GPS. And, you know, this thing is also pulling my location. Right, this says 11:33. This one says 11:32. So that's interesting. It's a little bit closer. It was 2 minutes off before. Maybe it's doggone close to 2 minutes off. But you see, these tevels are going. Tevel 2 to 4. That pass is almost over. These passes are yet to come. So those are off. So those, you know, those TLEs are wrong. Let's see, where's the, there we go. Hades are in 18 minutes. 11:49. So that was pretty close. How are we doing here? 2 minutes. Let's look at this guy here. 2 minutes. Here he comes. Show me the track. So he's going, boy, that's not much of a pass for me. It doesn't look like. What's this say it is? 13. Okay. Yeah, that should be okay. 1 minute. We'll see what happens. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I remember an earlier version. Maybe it was a different radio. But I thought an earlier version of the satellite software within the radio actually showed a pass arc. You know, similar to what you get in, we're a minute into the pass here. If I'm going to hear it, it's going to be toward the latter end of the pass. Right? One of these. Let me see what else we've got coming our way. That might be a better. What's this ISS pass here at 11:55? See, that's 2 minutes off. It's 10-degree pass, not a great pass. It's on the wrong side here too. Whoop. I bumped the PTT. Did you guys see that? Elevation 6 degrees there. I didn't see that before. So the elevation is there. I don't know if you guys can see that. Right, it does have the elevation. Oh, that's interesting. How do I get that back? I guess I got to go in here. The GD77. Yeah, there you go, Rob. Does this app work without internet? I do believe it works without internet, yes. I'll be really surprised if we hear something. It'd be cool if we do. Elevation is 9. You know, so I'm curious, right? If you were brand new to SATs, if you had never worked SATs before, I mean, I can see how this could be appealing. I mean, I could see how it could be frustrating as all heck too, especially if the TLEs are not up to date. But right, it's managing the Doppler. You know, something else that I wonder, can you push this? No, you can't. Oh, but you could whoa. Wait. Text copied. You can paste on this phone or on your connected devices. That's interesting. So it grabs that information. That's kind of nice. I wonder what it all grabs. We'll have to look at that. What I want to see is after this is done, right, we'll wait till it gets up to Georgia-ish. If we're going to hear it, it's probably going to be around there. I'm curious, whenever there's multiple, can I push this? No. When there's multiple definitions like there is for the ISS, how do you cycle through those? Right? If you guys recall, it had the definition for the voice repeater, the definition for SSTV, and for APRS. Yes, the ISS detector works without the internet. Yes. The ISS app can send the event to your calendar, yes. I wonder what this, right, this is obvious what it is. I wonder what this one is. I wonder if that's the connection to the device. Oh, what do we got here? We got a little action maybe. Curious. Hey, while we're waiting to see if any voices come over, I'll share a couple of these things with you guys. Let's see. So this is my Gene jumped QSL card. Some of you guys may have got this. This is from Huntsville this year, when Jim jumped out of an airplane for no good reason, except to make contacts. It's kind of interesting, right? That's supposed to be Carlos there behind him. Carlos is looking pretty chill. Jim's looking pretty chill. Jim sounded pretty chill whenever he jumped. Actually, he didn't sound like wackadoodle. I also got, I'm missing one. What did I do with it? I also got some QSL cards from the Bureau. I had one from Spain. Where'd my Spain one go? I guess I should show this. It's probably better to show this here. So here's the Jim jumped card. It's a pretty good card. And then I got a couple cards from the Bureau, from the QSL Bureau. I actually got 2 from this ham. Same card. And these are RTTY contacts. back to 2023. So Herman, thanks for sending me these cards. This one, August, September 23. UTC time, 4. So that's, what is that? That's probably in September. That's probably 11 o'clock at night, I think. Right? And then this would have been earlier in the afternoon or late in the afternoon. So those are cool. It's always fun to get QSL cards. Do you guys send QSL cards? Well, we're well past here, so we're not going to hear that guy. Let me see if we have another one coming up. We got this Hades R. Oh, now to 11:41. Okay. 13 minutes. That one's going to be tough. But yeah, these are fun. These are good cards. These are nice. I got to find that one from Spain. What do I do with that? Let me check if I knocked it off the table here. Ah, I see it under the desk. This one's pretty cool. From Spain. So here's a 3D printed mount for my phone to go perpendicular to the direction down the antenna and the radio behind my hand to be the counterbalance. 3D printed mount for my phone to go perpendicular. Yeah, that sounds about right. Checking something here real quick. Okay. But anyhow, Spain. That looks like Utah. Valencia, Spain. Kenwood 450, TS 940. Antenna, an AV680 Dipolo Vinver. I guess that's a dipole, I'm guessing. So this one, look at this one. 2022, August of 2022. UTC in August, so that would have been about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, MFSK. I'm going to have to send him back a QSL card. Love getting especially DX cards. Always fun to get these. I didn't see, let's see. So are there any logging programs that you can put scans of those cards? Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. Scans of the cards. That's interesting. I don't know that I've ever actually looked. Let's see. I missed this too. Hey, Jason. Thanks for joining the stream. Without coffee, does the SAT operator get up and out to get that 4:32 a.m. pass of Satellite X? It depends. You know, if it's a sked and you're trying to help somebody get your grid square, I would absolutely do that. Absolutely. I've started keeping I've started keeping my elk antenna in the garage by the door. So that anytime I want to run outside to do a contact, to work a pass, I've already got it together. It's out there. It's, you know, walk out the door. I've already got the chest rig on. I pick up the antenna. And then, you know, depending on where the pass is, I'll either, if it's a high altitude pass, then I'll just work it in the driveway. I can generally do that, especially if it's a north to south pass. If it's a low angle pass, so during Ham Nation this week, just on Wednesday, you know, prior to us knowing that the ISS was out of commission for SSTV, Randy was going to do a live SSTV pass, a live SSTV contact reception, whatever you want to call it. But then I saw that Josh never changed kind of the detail on that stream. And so I thought, maybe Randy's actually going to try to do a voice contact. And this was a north pass on the ISS. For me, it was a 4-degree pass. That was the highest elevation. I looked at from Randy's grid square, and I think he had like a 20-degree or a 19-degree pass from his. And I said, well, you know what? He might try to do a voice contact. So I, as that was approaching, I kept watching the stream, and it, you know, they were talking to somebody. Who were they talking to? I forget who they were talking to. But I thought they might, you know, kind of like a hot roving reporter. Hey, excuse the interruption. We're going to go to Randy on location so he can work the satellite pass. I thought, that'd be great to be able to catch him on Ham Nation. I was hoping he would decide to do a voice contact or a voice, you know, work the repeater, since he couldn't work the ISS, SSTV. Anyhow, I ran out, grabbed the antenna. I had to go out into a pasture where I've got a good north view. And, because I knew I only had 4 degrees. I've got very little window to work with at 4 degrees. And so I ran out there in hopes that he might be trying to make a contact, but he didn't. But I made a contact with Connecticut, Mystic, Connecticut, N2F. I always forget his call. FYA. Is that what it is? N2FYA, I think. Let me check. I think that's what it was. I have worked him before from Pennsylvania. Yeah, that was it. N2FYA. And if Connecticut Ham is still on here, he piped up during that stream and said, hey, that guy's about a mile down the road from me. But I had never worked him before from Texas. I'd worked him before, I think, from Florida. I've worked him before in Pennsylvania. I had him a number of times in my log. But, yeah, he's in Mystic, Connecticut. I'm not going to show his information here, but It's a beautiful spot. But, you know, Texas to Connecticut, that's pretty good contact in my book. Not bad. All right, let's see. Well, I don't know, you know, I'm going to have to do some additional research. I've never reached out to BTECH support before. That'll be fun to just see if they even respond, right? On one of those web pages, it said if you don't, you know, reach out to support. Let's see here. Yeah, support at baofengtech.com. I'm going to send an email to those guys and say, hey, how do I update the TLEs in this? We'll see what they get. Let's see. What am I missing here in the chat? Are there any logging? Oh, yeah. So that's that. I'm a coffee-free satellite op. Coffee is gross. Bite your tongue, Eric. I love coffee. Absolutely love it. I can drink it all day long, too. Coffee free. Now, I do switch over for the stream for nights. For the nights, I switch over to the Ghost Energy. Now, I've got the Marica Pop. If you guys like those old red, white, and blue kind of rocket pops, this thing tastes just like it. It's pretty scary. It is scary how good their flavors are, how true their flavors are. See, I'm drinking a bucked up energy drink. I've not had that one. I've not tried that one. I like this one. It's there's no sugar free, right? I mean, none of these things are like, quote, good for you. 0 sugars, no artificial colors. That's the other thing I like, right? When you pour this thing into a glass, it looks like a glass of water. No sugar, no fat, no artificial colors. And they taste, I mean, I don't know how they get the, you know, the chemicals they must use in these things. You don't want to know, right? How do they get that flavor? You don't want to know. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be fun to see if they respond, Bill. That will be fun. And to see what the response looks like, right? How good, is it a coherent response? That will also be interesting to see. Do you record it, then log them later? I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yes, that's what I do. I always record and log later. So in my experience, it's limited, but I've worked a bunch of SS, and every chief I came across had a coffee mug. Okay. They're talking something different. Let's see. Monster Ultra Strawberry Dreams in Ruby Red. Yeah, I hate that sugar-free aftertaste. Are you fluent in idioms? These guys have a mango. The Ghost Energy mango is just, I mean, it actually tastes like a mango fruit. It's crazy. They also have a cherry limeade that is really good. I like the fruit flavors. Those are my favorite. All right, let me go. I'm going to pull the card up. And we have a couple of items here. I'm guessing Frank may have left us. Frank. Train Frank, are you still around? Let me see. I'm guessing he sent me something in Discord. He said he sent me something earlier. Let me see if I can find it. We'll see what he's talking about. Holy smokes. Okay, so Frank sent me a couple of things. Okay, let's see. Oh, he's just got the, yeah, we've looked at this before, Frank. So this is the Liam Cottle Meshtastic. We've looked at this on the live stream before. We'll pull it up again just to remind folks. Bill, good night, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for playing Frank for me earlier, too. I appreciate that. Rob, nice to see you. Happy Thanksgiving to you folks. Seems weird saying that this early, but oh, okay. Sorry, Bill. This is the stream before Thanksgiving for me. So happy Thanksgiving to you guys that are leaving. And everybody, right, if I miss you as you're going out. Yeah, we've looked at this before. I think we looked at this actually with our friends over in Australia. We were looking at things across the bay here, if I recall. And out onto, wasn't Kangaroo Island. I think it was, may have been out here to this little point, if you guys may recall. But I think Frank was just getting some nodes out here. I'm not sure exactly where Frank is. I don't recall. I know I've heard before where he's at, but he's probably out here somewhere. Let's see. See if Frank's still hanging with us. I haven't seen him respond. I'm thinking he's in Northern California, maybe. So maybe up here past Tri-Tip Land, Santa Maria. This is all Tri-Tip country down here. This is where Tri-Tip originated and became famous. I don't know how far up he might be. Well, that's okay. I don't want to dox the guy either. Tri-Tip Land. Yes, sir. I love Tri-Tip. All right. So that's what Frank wanted us to look at. So we were familiar with that, Frank. Thank you, though. Appreciate the suggestion. Let's see. We were also going to do a little bit of research on RS-83S, I believe it was. Let's see if we can find RS-83. Maybe that's not it. Did I write it down wrong? RS-83. Let me see here. It is this guy. RS-83S. Yeah, I had it right. Search the satellite database. I don't know what this is, so we'll just search all of them. RS-83S. Well, strike. I couldn't find it in the SatNogs database either. Let's see. Bill never heard of it until we went to the San Joaquin Valley. Yeah. That, I mean, they're proud of that like Texas is proud of brisket. They are pretty proud of that. Let's see. Now, why is this showing up here? That's just the general, yeah. You would think we'd be able to find something on this. Well, that's a call sign. Lobachevsky. I have no idea. Maybe we'll search for that. I better write it down. Lobachevsky. Lobachevsky. Okay, we'll try that. Lobachevsky. Yeah, I didn't want that. I don't know, that'll matter. Okay, here we go. Okay, Lobachevsky. Okay, so it's a, I mean, anytime that I've seen a satellite that has a ham radio transponder on it, they're all IARU coordinated. Oh, so look here. So maybe I just didn't look at it right. Here's a Lobachevsky spacecraft. So my favorite is always going to SatNogs. Well, shucks, they don't have it yet. Okay, well, I didn't miss it then. Okay, let's see what we can learn here. 16U, expected in 2025. FM radio signal repeater. That's what we're talking about. We got to have a better name than that. I guess we'll just be calling it RS-83. I can't imagine hams running around saying, hey, let's make contact on Lobachevsky. Maybe they will. Let's see. Oh, I love espresso. Love espresso. So Sean, so that was the Kenwood that was in the Russian segment that had died. It's the one that was responsible for the SSTV events. So they've replaced it, and it looks like it's working for voice contacts now, but we're still waiting for further information on SSTV and APRS. And that is all in that tweet. Here's the tweet. So the Kenwood's been replaced with the spare. It's great that they have a spare. It'll support Russian school contacts and backup comms. Additional board testing is yet to determine the root cause, and it remains unclear about APRS and SSTV modes. So that's the dealio there. So this guy here, we'll have to keep an eye out. Crossband repeat at 145.910 with a downlink of 435.500. EOD, you'll have to get that added to his spreadsheet. Cool. So we learned a little bit there. Yeah, you bet. You bet, Sean. So let's see. So I cross off Frank. I cross off the Lobachevsky. I thought we had one more, maybe. Did we have one more? Ah. Let's go, we can chat here a little bit again about this. I mean, I was just blown away. What I have not improved upon is my distance. My record distance has not changed. But, oh, and look, this Pico. Let's see if we get one of these Picos. These Picos have like 635 milliwatts of transmit power. Let's see if we're actually getting any of these Picos. Okay, here's a 1B. Look at this, 630 milliwatts. Awesome. I think it's also fun to see, like, I was the only station. Now this is, I mean, this is a 1 watter. I was the only station that picked up this Stratosat right here. Picked it up over Mexico. I'm the only guy who got it for some reason. I got it at 8 degrees. SNR minus 20. Minus 117 RSSI. Let's see if there's anything good. In this telemetry. I'd love to find one that includes an error of some sort. I'd love to find one that included like an image or something. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. So, yeah. I mean, we got quite a few people seeing this one, right? Kind of all over the place. Let's see if anybody we know. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Let's go back to this guy. That's the one other thing. All right, call signs. Let's do a search. All right, so we had OK1CD. Well, I can't read my own writing. Let's make sure that's right. OK1CDJ. OK1CDJ. It doesn't look like that call sign's being used. All right. What's the other one I have for them? That was the Czech call sign. This one is the Greek call sign. SVOSYH. No. Did I get it wrong? SVO SYH. That's what I did. SVO SYH. Ah, there it is. He's got it offline. How's he been doing? Is this in Greece? Yeah. So it's in Greece. Yeah, I guess this is a better way to view it. Oh, that looks like a pretty nice place to hang out. How about that? On a nice little shoreline. There's a lot long. KN10. Let's see here. So, looks like he's doing some tweaks maybe. Looks like he was doing pretty good there for a little bit, but then things kind of tailed off. So I wonder, doesn't look like that is necessarily killing it unless he's using a different different instance, right? Another instance. Oh, let's see. It's not a FANG, it's a VGC N76. Yeah, BTECH has a clone. Okay. Well, bugger, I'm running off to my Bluetti power station now. Uh-oh. Good luck there, Colin. Hope it did its job and protected all your gear. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, well, hopefully you get power restored pretty quickly. So we didn't see anything great there. So let's go back. Let's go back here. I mean, I couldn't get over it. I mean, more than doubled the number of packets. The other thing I thought was pretty cool, right? If you take a look here, and again, I don't know that this means anything, but it's just something I noticed, something I look at. So I've got 4,500 confirmed packets. I'm better than half of my packets are telemetry packets. Does that mean anything? I don't know. But if we go back, let's just pull this guy here. I mean, this guy's got almost 1 million packets. Does have 1 million packets. Well, geez, I mean, this guy's he's killing it. Right, so he's got 1 million packets. And almost all of them are telemetry packets. And he's got a quarter wave ground plane. Let's see. Are we able to see his station? I can't recall. That's his console. Let's see. Are we able to? Oh, now that's interesting too. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Look how much of this telemetry is FSK. So if we go and look at mine, how much of mine is FSK? Some. Now let's see, I'm running a newer version. This guy, W5TSK's got a new version as well. Some of these folks are running some older versions. Look at that. Let's see what that dude is on the front page. He's got a new one. But look at that. How long's he been running? Let's see. 4 years. So in 4 years, he's got 1 million packets. Crazy. Okay, let's see what he's got here. He's got a board. That's the Heltec V3. Okay, same board. Same board I'm running. A quarter ground plane. Gamma feed. What's that? What's that mean? I don't know what that means. Then an LNA. A Hartwig 20 dB. Is that a filter? NF? Or noise figure. That's what it is. A 0.7 dB noise figure. So this is a high. All right, that's it. I'm going to put my SSB Electronics LNA on mine. I got to do it. I got to see what it changes. Right? Because this is a low noise figure LNA. Right? That's a good LNA. Let's see. Just curious. Let's see what this one is. So low noise figure, right? The lower the noise figure, the more expensive the LNA gets. 2-stage, high gain, $228. 0.7 to 6 gigahertz, really wide banded though. KY4TRK. How you doing? Welcome. Eric, welcome. Anyone interested in a THD72? Oh. Brian, how you doing? Well, I'm glad that we're able to find or able to get some good info out to you. It's oftentimes a team effort here for sure. But thank you for hanging out. And I can't tell if some folks are leaving, but if you're leaving, happy Thanksgiving. If you're just coming, welcome. We're still at it here. Just got back to the apartment after being out to dinner. Oh, birthday. Nice. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Good on you. You're getting your birthday in before the holidays hit. I'm one of those that get rolled into the holidays. That's okay though. A Hartwig. I don't know what a Hartwig is. I'm assuming that's a brand. I'd like to see a Hartwig. And look, the only reference in the internet is from that guy's description. So what in the heck does that mean? Did he spell it wrong, maybe? Is it maybe old and no longer around? 25 for the second time. There you go. I love it. Love it. Let's see here. These Pasternaks are high end. These usually are pretty expensive. If you're going to put that out there, yeah, I'm going to click it. Californians shouldn't be the only ones that get that benefit. All right, let's see. Low noise amplifiers. See, this is a 2 dB noise figure. So that's not nearly as low as the one we were just looking at. Here's a 1.6 dB noise figure. Now let's see how the price goes up. There's a 0.9. There's a 1.5. I want to see if there's anything that approaches a 0.4. Ah, here we go. Let's see. Noise figure. Here we go. Okay, here's a 0.8. So we're going to take the we'll take the 1.5. Let's see what the price is on the 1.5. I told you these were expensive. Okay, the Pasternak 1.5 dB noise figure, 10 dBm, 1 gig to 2 gig. It's the wrong frequency range, but just, I mean, it's always kind of interesting. I find it interesting looking at this stuff. Right, 12 volt. Look at the price tag on that bad boy. Okay, keep that in mind, 2120. Right, that's our 1.5 noise figure. Let's go over here and find our 0.8. Now I don't know what the frequency range is. Look at that. It's cheaper. 40 dB gain. 40 dB gain. A 0.8 noise figure. A 10 megahertz to 1 gigahertz. So really wide banded. That's why it's cheaper. Quote, cheaper. Only 700 and some odd dollars. Let's look at this. Let's see. They're all, oh, this one's 15 volts. That's interesting. Operating temperature. Where's the, okay, here we go. Try to find something that's in the same range. So that's 1 to 2 gigahertz. Try to get an apples to apples comparison. None of these are really anything we would be interested in. Let's just look at this guy then. Here's a 2 to 6 gigahertz. This one's probably spendy. Yeah, 1750. 0.9 dB. Pretty good. Low noise, high gain amplifier, 25 dB. What was that first bad boy that we hit? I mean, we had an expensive one out of the gate, didn't we? 35 dB gain. $2,000. All right, I knew those Pasternaks were expensive. Let's see what else we can find here. And he had a what? Did he say a 0.4? 0.7. Good gosh. All right, I got to see this. Okay. Oh, here's a 0.4. What's this? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 0.4 dB noise figure. 0.7 gigahertz. It's a 6 gigahertz, 20 dB gain. 20 dB gain's pretty good. That wasn't a bad price. 0.4 dB, or that's pretty good. 0.4 dB noise figure. Gorilla RF. That's a fun name. I like that. Let's see. 0.7 to 27 gigahertz. Anyhow, squirrel. Point is, he's got a really good LNA on here, right? 20 dB is good. 0.7 dB noise figure is pretty good. AirCell 7 low loss cable. Oh, look at that. Ah, I feel you, dude. That's something I wanted to share. Hold on a minute. Let me see here. Did I snap a picture of that? Pretty sure I did. Let me just see if I can find it here. I can't find it. We'll save that for another time. Just something for you guys to be aware. There is an update planned pretty soon, maybe the month of December. It might be a Christmas present. An update to the TinyGS website with more dashboards, more data. Yeah, but this guy's crushing it, right? I mean, look at what he's getting a day. You know, I mean, when I see that, I feel pretty good about where my station's at right now. Because that guy's crushing it. And if I'm going to be, you know, up around 700 to 800 packets a day, that's going to be crushing it as well. So, yeah, so the key here, though, I believe was Oh, here's something else I wanted to show you guys. Squirrel. This is kind of fun. This is something I find myself doing here. And if you guys are playing along, you may have already discovered this. But what I like to do is I like to turn a bunch of this stuff off, right? Just to declutter. But what I think is really cool here is turning off everything that's over 2 watt. Right, so you can see these are your low watt satellites here. Right, because keep in mind, right, we're kind of working toward, or at least I'm working toward, trying to be able to get some of the packets from these chipsets. So I'm really interested in these low power satellites, right? And that's what we're doing here is I'm saying, just give me the low power. Now, the other thing that's interesting, it looks like 500. Now, I haven't found this satellite yet, and maybe they don't actually have one that goes to 500. They might just start there because it's a nice round number. But, 630 something was the lowest power that I recall seeing. But it's just kind of fun to see which of these birds is low power. So that's kind of cool. And again, I always find it interesting whenever there's only my station and maybe another station or two. Like here's one, right? We were the only 2 that heard this. So where's this guy at? So this guy here, look, where's he? Arizona, Albuquerque. So we both heard this. Why didn't anybody else hear that? Very interesting. Let's see if Don got his going again. Here, let's check out Don's. I know he said he got his amplifier, but he's still waiting. Oh yeah, it looks like he's got his turned off right now. He's got some repairs or something. He's waiting. He's waiting for his stuff to come in. Okay. Who else can we check on here? We can check on Randy. See how Randy's doing. He's got 2 of them going here. So this is interesting. So he's got his number 2 one got a packet an hour ago, but number 3 got one 10 minutes ago. So let's see what the difference is. So here's his eggnogs. Let's see how his eggnogs is doing. I wonder when he put it on. I wonder if this is when he put it on. Look, he's the only guy here in that Polytech universe. Yeah, get that thing up, EOD. So entirely unrelated. Okay, but semi-related. Okay. I'm talking all of the text. I'm taking all of the text from Project Gutenberg. Okay. Adding the inflections of Hunter S. Thompson and vectorizing them in order to evaluate my email writing. And while I fight with Qdrant, the stream is relaxing. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. So I am going to raise my hand and say, who is Hunter S. Thompson? I don't know who that is. And maybe once I know who that is, it might be obvious why you've selected him. But that's interesting. Project Gutenberg. So those are all, it's been a while since I've looked at that, but those are like all classic books, right? Those are all books that are kind of out of copyright, if I'm not mistaken, right? Free books. I've got 15 foot and could run it on the outdoor outlet. Yeah. Yeah, so what I did for, the first several days, EOD, is I ran it. Well, before I forget, I want to go back. I want to see. I want to see Randy's other one. I don't remember which one's which. Let's see. Okay, so that's the eggnogs one. Let's see what this one's doing. Oh yeah, this guy here this guy's doing well. Doing well. That's the other thing I noticed. Let me go back to mine here. Is I have, well, maybe it just depends on the satellite. I was going to say I have far fewer CRC errors than I was having. But again, that might just be that might be a function of the satellite more than anything. But it's definitely fun to look at this data and try to draw some correlations or try to draw some sort of reasoning out of what's going on. Who else has got a station up? Anybody here in the chat got a station up? We can pull you up. Journalist, writer, worked for Rolling Stone. Okay. Wrote the book Fear and Loathing in Love. Oh, okay. I am familiar with that book. Got it. That's an interesting project for sure. Let's see here. Anything else to chat about here? We talked about that a little bit. And again, now something we hadn't done in a while. Well, let's go out to the Cornell site. Alpha satellite. I can't remember what the Alpha CubeSat. Let's see if they've got any further information. You know what? I don't recall seeing. I'm going to have to look now. Let me check my email. I did sign up for updates, but I don't recall. Doesn't mean I didn't miss it. Does not mean I didn't miss it. Yeah, I don't think I've received one in a bit. The last one was October 31st. So hopefully they'll be sending out an update soon, right? I mean, December 1 is right around the corner. Oh, look, they've got some of this stuff. Okay, mission starts December 2. So they have done a little bit of updating here. That's good. Let's see. Trying to see if they've got any additional updates here. Maybe they've got it under this link if they do. They did say that this is the guide that would be updated. So can you drop that Alpha Cube link? Yes, sir. So I wasn't fast enough. Eggnog finally shipped. I'm curious to see the comparison. Yeah. Let me get back to this. Goodness, what's going on here? Load already. Okay, here we go. I think page 15, if I recall, is kind of where the meat was. Yeah, configuring your TinyGS station to listen specifically for CubeSats. See if they have. When the time comes, follow these steps. Let's see if there's any updates. Go to disabled. We may create a specific satellite for the sale. Let's see if they've changed anything. I don't know that. Yeah, I'm not logged in here. So I don't think, it doesn't look like they've updated this document. So it doesn't look like there's any new news. How are we doing here? Hey, we still have some people watching. How about that? How about that? Okay. So I think we covered everything, all the updates. Oh, one of the things, though, that's coming in the update, and this, I mean, I'm looking forward to this. If you go out and you take a look at my console, we looked at this, I think, before. If we, let's look at these two. One's just over 700. One's approaching 800. If we turn off all these TinyGS, these are all higher watt, like these are 9-watt satellites, right? If what you care about are low wattage satellites, I mean, look at, so now approaching 500 and just over, you know, like maybe 530, something like that. So a huge volume comes from those TinyGS. One of the changes that they are going to be implementing is the ability to ignore satellites. So if you want to ignore those stronger high power, quote high power, right? Like these FOSAs, they're 1 watt, but you know, if you want to concentrate and see these lower watt guys and you don't want to see these TinyGS, you can turn them off. Let me see if I just reload that. Do they all come back? Yeah. Yeah, these are all 9 watts. So that'll be a nice improvement. All right. How are we doing here? 12:30. What else do we have? I think we've hit all of our note card items. I showed off my cards. I wanted to show those off. I don't know that I've got anything new. I mean, we already talked about these little guys. These guys are fun. I just can't get over the size of these things. I mean, they really are pretty small. I mean, that's crazy. I think it's also pretty interesting that, I mean, Trina never cares about the radios I get ever. She, you know, she'll humor me and say, "Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool." But when she saw this, boy, she wanted one of those. So, I don't know. Kind of interesting. I wonder if there is an award for working all satellites. Yeah, I don't know. Now what, you know what? I think this is supposed to be a leaderboard, I think. Right? I don't know. Yeah, telemetry. Look, so this is kind of a leaderboard. You know what? I hadn't thought about that before, so that's kind of fun. Now, what would be really cool is if you could filter the leaderboard, right? Because, you know, this fella here, he's been grabbing packets for 4 years. Let's see. How's that compare with this guy? Oh, I need to get some pictures up on mine too. This guy's got 3 years, right? So really, this guy is probably crushing this guy because he's got a whole year fewer to collect packets. So that'd be cool. But this is kind of fun, right? This is a leaderboard. Let's see. So to get on the first page of the leaderboard, the first 50, there's not a number here, is there? There is not. It'll give you like a number. So it's a leaderboard, but it's not competitive. Ah, that's crap. If there's a leaderboard, it's competitive. Or it should be competitive. So to get on the first page, it looks like you've got to have 334,000. Let's see how long this guy's been going. 5 years. Woof. Right? 300,000. Where am I at? I'm at like $2,000. $4,000. Okay. I'm at 4,000. Well, boy, it's going to be a long time before I get to 300,000. But you know, the last couple of days, I was crushing it. Look at that. That's beastly. I don't know if, here, let me see if I can, well, let's see if we can search to that. Let's go TinyGS X, or let's go Twitter. $10 million packets received. It's not Twitter. Let's see if there's a gentleman who I think is the primary. That's a good looking little station right there. There's a gentleman that's the primary, I believe, is the primary developer. And I can't remember who it is, but I believe they retweet him occasionally here. And I was going to see if I can find it because he talks a little bit. He has some screenshots of some of the improvements that are coming. Let me find them on my phone. Let's see. What are some people running for UPS solutions? Yeah. So Tim, you're probably running like a conventional SLA battery in that UPS, I'm guessing, right? There's few UPS vendors that have made the switch yet. I'm running one of the smaller EcoFlows, and I've had great luck with it. It's the one with the super fast. Um, it's the one with the super fast transfer switch in it. What was I doing? I'm looking up. I am looking up that developer for TinyGS. Come on, come on. Ah, there it is. There it is. Let's see if it's going to let me go there without it getting all funky. Don't get funky. Good. All right. What? That's the right one. What the heck are they talking about? Oh, are they just X gets funny. They want you to be logged in and all this kind of crappy stuff. Sometimes you don't want to be logged in. What the heck? Come on. Oh, baga. Here, let's try it like this. I want to see the Twitter feed. I don't know what the dealio is there. That's really weird. So it'll go to a specific tweet. Wrong one. But anyhow, if you want to check out, if you're logged into Twitter and you want to check this out, here, let's try this. I got one more thing I want to try. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Maybe it's even better to go out and look at his GitHub. Well, shucks. Go out and look at his Twitter, though. He's got a number of screenshots of the new software. I don't know why it's being so persnickety. It sure enough is. All right, let's try last time. Famous last words. If you guys haven't figured it out, I'm pretty stubborn. So they definitely want you to be signed in. But this is definitely the account. If you go out and check out this account, you'll see some cool stuff out there. He's working on some of the new dashboards. All right, let's see here. Ooh, how bad's it look, Colin? Does this site have an open API? Maybe you can grab the data on the back end or query it for what you want. Yeah. I do believe I saw something for that, right? Didn't we look that up before? TinyGS API. Yep. So you get a bearer token through the Telegram bot. So yeah, that'll be something to play around with too. Yeah, this is this is the one, I believe this is the one here that I am using. That looks like it. I've got, yeah, this is it. I've got a video about it. I don't have a ton of stuff on it, but I've got I've got my router, my firewall, my switch, a couple Raspberry Pis. Right, I've got a few things on it. Yeah, sub 10 millisecond UPS. So it's got a fast enough transfer switch. It does not introduce any RFI. I've had pretty good luck with it so far. Pretty happy with it. You know what? They have, one of the models does have that. And let's see if I can find it here. Oh, that's the other thing too, right? You can expand it to a battery with a second battery if you want. And it's not that large, but they do have one with a wireless charging on top of it. I was afraid that might introduce RFI, so I opted to not go for that one. But they do have a model with that. Yeah, this is definitely a smaller unit. What's it saying? 858 watt hours. Now, if you add they have two different size batteries too, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it's just the one. Let's see what the watt hours is combined here. Yeah, this one was 858. Where is this guy at? That doesn't compute. Let's see. That does not make sense to me. What's this? Let's go back to this. Oh, okay. It's expandable to 858. Yeah, so it's 286 expandable to 858. And, you know, EcoFlow does a really good job with their app. Their app is pretty nice. Let's see if I can get logged in. Make sure I don't have to update. All right, let me get reconnected here. So I can show you guys this app. What the heck did I do with that? Let me see. Where'd it go? Here it is. All right, I'm alive. I'm live. Okay, let me bring this over. So this is the app. I've got a few EcoFlow devices. I keep a couple of these. So the Delta 2 is one that I use when I go out camping, overlanding, whatever you want to call it. That's my portable power station. My Delta 2 Max is what I have set up here at the house. I've got two additional batteries on that. I've got those turned off when I'm not using them. But here you can see it's pretty straightforward. You can turn the light on, woohoo, from the app if you want. Shows you what each of the ports is drawing. What I like here is I could restart my my router remotely if I needed to. Right? I could cycle power. I could cycle power right here on this, which is nice. You can, you know, turn on and off the 3-prong and then the 12-volt DC. I mean, there's not a lot to it. It's pretty straightforward. You can turn the unit off. You can see what my draw is. Cumulative to date. I don't know how helpful that is. I don't have any solar or anything hooked up to it. But it's done a great job. You know, we have power fluctuation here. It's just, It's just the way it is. You know, pretty straightforward. It's pretty basic. Looks like I got a firmware. I don't like to update firmware on things like that until I'm ready for a potential outage. Lucky I didn't pay for mine. The rescue group did. As I mentioned earlier, my house is also... Oh, wow. That's cool, Colin. I've got an APC, right? I mean, I compare this to the APC in the video, you know, kind of an old school APC with an SLA battery. And, you know, the cost to replace that battery is, unless you go to something like battery bulbs and batteries, which, you know, they've got crap batteries. In my experience, I've never had luck with their aftermarket batteries. They're all crap. Doesn't matter what purpose you're buying them for. So if you're buying an APC battery, for example, you can almost go buy a new unit for the cost of some of those batteries. And, you know, these, I mean, it's annually that you've got to swap those doggone things out. At least in my experience, I've had a horrible experience. Behind the times, your EcoFlow River 2. Yeah, a little bit. You know, that's just kind of the game, though. Use it until it dies. Or find another use for that one and you know, get a different one. That's just like, you know, there's a new Delta 3. But these are great devices. Of course, they're disconnected, but I really like the EcoFlow stuff. It's a little more expensive, but I think you get what you pay for. I've had really great luck with the batteries. And I love, like, I've got that stack on this Delta 2 Max. So I've got the main unit and then 2 other batteries. And like, I turn it on every 3 or 4 months just to check the battery level, and they're still at like 98%. So I've always had good luck with EcoFlow stuff. Pretty good stuff. I'm done with like the APC stuff. They've got and what's crazy is you can tell they're starting to make the turn with using different battery chemistries, but their lithium stuff is stupid expensive. It's just crazy. Nine or 10-inch tablet. How you doing, Mike? I don't think I'd seen you commenting before, so welcome. I'm not sure if you just jumped in or if you're just joining the chat. I'm not following you though. 9 or 10-inch tablet works better for. Curious what you're chatting on there. Let's see. We just dropped below 20 viewers. So let's check and see if we've got any final topics we want to try to touch before we wrap it up for the week. See, I don't think from my end, I'm going to be playing with, well, maybe Actually, let me go grab that. I still have it sitting over by the window. Well, you know what? Before I do that, I'm just curious. Do we have a pass coming by? Do we have a pass coming by? Let's find out. I've got to find out what the dealio is on the TLEs for this radio or for this app. It's really the app. All right, let's see. What do we got here? What's coming? SSTV's coming. Let's see. What time? Yeah, I mean, there's some things about this app that are pretty cool, but I'm not sure it's a replacement yet. See, I still have to go to ISS detector to get more information. All right, so at 110. So at 110, we've got a banger pass. We got a 48-degree pass. And it passes through the north at what's going to be an optimal angle, I think, to come through the window. Now, here's the question. Is there anybody out there working satellites at 1:10 a.m.? Who's out there? Saudi sat, 4 minutes. All right, let's see if I can get some audio here again. Let me make sure. Oh, I've got to disconnect. Crap, I'm going to have to do this on the overhead. That's fine. We'll do this on the overhead. All right, we're going to go to the overhead. See, I'm trainable. I remembered we have to disconnect to get the sound here in the phone. All right, we got Saudi sat coming our way. It's going to pass right through this northern, right? I've got a window on the north side of the shack here, so we should be able to get I mean, we might hear some West Coasters. Still pretty late. It'll be interesting to see. Usually, if anything's going to be active, it'll be the ISS or it'll be SO50. Kilo Yankee 4, Tango Romeo Kilo. Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks. Thank you for hanging out and being part of the community. It's great to see everybody week to week, certainly. Hope you have a great Thanksgiving. If you travel, be safe. Try to work some radio in if you can. Don't get yourself in hot water, though. Let's see. That sure feels like it's kind of laggy or slow. Let me see. Let's get back to the list. It says in 2 minutes. That's the one we're looking at. You better get moving. One minute out. What do you guys think? Is there going to be anybody working the birds? Oh, Colin, stay safe, man. Stay safe. Was this Was this a storm you knew was coming in on you? Did you have to take down any antennas or anything like that? See, this representation here, this satellite looks way far out to be in the footprint, right? What's that footprint going to be? That footprint, probably 1,500 miles. Isn't that what we kind of figured? I guess it ought to be coming, yeah. You know, because that's like 1,500 miles right there, right? All right, 20 seconds. We're not going to hear anything until we get until that bird gets at least into New Mexico. That's going to be 5 minutes in, so we got a little bit of time. Disconnected all antennas from all radios. The storm is covering most of the state's coast. Just had a hit 1/4 of a mile away. Oof. Yeah, it should easily cover all of Texas. I would also expect it would cover much more. Let's see, you guys looking at getting one of these radios? If I'm not mistaken, I mean, I think they're all like around 169 bucks. We can look, what are they on Amazon here? I bought mine off of Amazon. Because they had the tan. Yeah, they've got it, 164 bucks. $164. They got the tan. They got the black. Here, I'll drop a link if that's something you guys are interested in. Of course, if you do buy it through the link, right? It's an affiliate link. You guys know how all that stuff works. Throws a couple bucks toward the channel. You guys know how all that stuff works. Certainly hunt around, try to find the cheapest price you can find. Oh, Eric's got too many HTs he doesn't use. Yeah. You know, I don't buy a lot of the Chinese HTs. Me picking up these, I really think that BTEC's probably the best radio for the money. Just all the features. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's only 164 bucks too, right? And you compare that to any Japanese radio. I mean, that thing's, you're not going to get a Japanese radio even used, likely, right? Anything that's contemporary for that price. Oh, you went for the second 705. Whoa, nice. Way to go. The G90 and the 6100 are now on the block. I've got nodes all over the place, but I do quite a bit with them. Like I said, I've got them strewn about the ranch here. I like putting them on the goats so I can keep track of them. That's my best use case. James, thanks for dropping your name in the chat there. I know you've told me before. I'm pretty sure you did, but takes me a couple of times before I remember everyone. So 7-3. Happy Thanksgiving. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time. I'm going to try to do something next week. No promises, but I'll post the plans once I know what I'm going to do. All right, we're approaching kind of midpoint, I'm guessing, of the pass here. We're into New Mexico. If we're going to hear anything, I think this is when we would start to hear it. I'm just not sure we've got any satellite operators out there at 1 o'clock. James was saying I'm always in hot water. Yeah, well, have a great time. I'm going to try to get out and work some passes and during my travels here over the next several weeks. I'll be in and out of several places. Oh, come on now. Where are we at? Elevation still 47 degrees. I need it to drop a little bit here so it can get into the window. Wow. I know Sean was sending a bunch of that stuff down to some of the hurricane devastated areas. Hopefully that's helping some of those folks down there. It takes them forever to get utilities restored in some of these islands. Some of the back parts of these islands. Of course, if you're in the touristy areas, those are the first places that that get restored. But for the regular folks, that can be a long wait. It's terrible. All right, come on. Somebody's got to be out there calling CQ. Okay, 31 degrees. Still, oh, I pulled out here. Let's see where. So here's where we're at from the pass. All right, so it's dead north on me now. This is my best shot. If there's anybody out there. I don't think there's anybody out there operating. Yeah, the Doppler is supposed to be changing. You know, that is interesting. It doesn't appear to be there. Let's see if it is down here. Might help if I hit track. I thought I had already hit track. Now it's changing. Let's see. Yeah, I see you there, Eric. I see you. Yeah, I just don't think there's anybody working right now. We're still at 15 degrees. I mean, it is kind of interesting to see this representation, right? That at 15 degrees, that satellite's currently over Minnesota. I mean, that gives you some kind of sense for where you should be able to make contacts. That's pretty cool. So I'm curious, right? So I made contact, like I said, on Wednesday at 4 degrees. I'm curious to see where this satellite is at 4 degrees, right? It's at 11 right now. It's going to be, gosh, we may even be on the other side of Ontario. So I know it might be hard for you guys to see, but that satellite's right there. So we're kind of almost in the middle of Ontario at this point at 8 degrees. Okay, batteries to main internet node went flat. So on mobile data now, geez. Oh, wow. Too dangerous to fix the power. Gosh, Colin, I hope you get some relief there. Sounds like you've got a little bit of personal infrastructure, which is good. But I know that can get old real quick. All right, let's see. Where is this at here now? Why isn't it telling me, or am I just missing it? Yeah, I don't see what's this thing saying? This is at 2 degrees, so, and we're almost out of Ontario. That's crazy. It's crazy to think, right, that you can reach that far, and then if you think about it, right, once that gets repeated, you'd be able to go, you'd be able to go on the other side of Newfoundland from Texas. Wacky. We're not going to hear anything there, though. Too late at night. Too late at night. Alrighty, folks. Let's see here. I think we've hit it all for tonight. I don't think I've missed anything. Do you guys have a... And you don't have to have an answer now, but since you guys are the ones that are still hanging out here, if you guys have a suggestion for a stream that might be conducive on travel, shoot it to me. Let me know what you think. Otherwise, I might just throw a stream up and we can just powwow for a bit and just hang out and see how everybody did with Thanksgiving. Tried with the HT. Sean, I wasn't tracking for some period of time there, so I think I would have heard something though, but maybe not. But thanks for trying. Frank was talking about Twitch. I don't know about that. But if you guys have a topic idea, shoot it over to me and maybe we can make it work. Like I said, I'll be doing some traveling. I'm going to try to take something with me, even if it's just an HT. I mean, in the past, I've attempted to work passes using my D72 with a signal stick. And I mean, I can receive just fine. It's just transmitting that's difficult. It's just really tough to get into the birds whenever you're on a vertical antenna and you've got 5 watts and that's it. But I was hoping, and I'll see if I can figure out some more. I was hoping to potentially take a couple of these little radios here and try to do something a little different. And I may still do that, but I want to get the skinny on the TLE information for that radio before I would commit to that, because that could just be awful. All right, Colin, 7-3. Thanks so much for hanging out. Good luck there with the power situation. Stay safe, buddy. We'll see you next week. But yeah, and if nothing else, we'll just have a powwow. We'll just see how everyone did for Thanksgiving. And it's going to be a pretty trimmed down live stream. So yeah, it's too tough. I mean, I'd be lucky if I got 1 QSO on 3 attempts. So, and that's generally in the Northeast. And there's a lot of operators in the Northeast. I generally hear a lot of different call signs up there. So, I'm going to play around with trying to put together, I've got an idea to play around with a Yagi to get me at least some gain on my transmit, right? I don't have any problem receiving. It's the transmit. So I'm just going to look at a 2-meter Yagi, maybe a tape measure Yagi, if I can figure out how I can pack it really small, or I can tear it apart, pack it really small, squeeze it into a carry-on, along with everything else I've got to take with me. We'll see. But appreciate you guys all hanging out. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Hope you get a chance to get out and practice some radio. Get those TinyGSs up if you've got them. They don't have to be perfect. Get them up so you can start getting familiar with it, start playing with it. Right, I'm on my 4th implementation or 4th version at this point. Guam was canceled. But yeah, you'll probably learn some things along the way that might get you in a better position to try to get those chipsets, get those Cornell chipsets. I think that'd be just really cool to be able to capture some of those. It's been a fun project. Looking forward to seeing how the deployment goes and see if we can make it happen. But again, thanks so much, guys. Have a great weekend. We'll I'll look for some emails. If you guys got some good suggestions, we'll try to put something together. But if not, we'll figure something out. But good weekend. We'll see you guys next time. Yeah, 7-3.